Call this Oversight and Finance Committee meeting to order at 5:22. Board Secretary, could I have a roll call, please?
Delgado,
Present.
Jacobs, Jacobs, Levy.
Present.
So I have Levy and Delgado present in the boardroom, and I can see Jacobs virtually.
Have approval of the agenda?
So move.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
I can't hear you.
Is your volume muted?
I'm going to go out and come back in.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so at the approval of the agenda, there was a motion. Would you second that, Board Member Jacobs?
I shall second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that passes. The approval of the minutes, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So move.
It's been moved and seconded. Well, Board Member Jacobs, would you second that? A physical affirmation, yes? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Appointment of a vice chair. So we had some technical difficulties, and sometimes in life we're having trouble traveling. So the role of the vice chair would be to get the meeting started at the posted time, which will be a little bit later than 5:15 in the future. Board Member Jacobs, would you be willing to serve as vice chair?
Sure.
Okay. So I will appoint Board Member Jacobs as vice chair of the committee. 2A financial reports for April 2021.
Good evening. So we're looking at April 2021 financial reports. We're getting close to the end of the year. April is a quiet month for revenues in the general fund. If you remember, we received some large amounts in March with some per pupil aid and equalization aid, and we'll see some more large amounts in June. Julian?
It's having technical
She's going to share the document for us. There we go. Okay. So looking at the revenues without grants, we are trending almost exactly the same as last year. Nothing new to report in April there. And then on the expense side, no grants. Again, we're continuing to trend slightly lower as we have been. However, in April, we had 3 payrolls, which will it'll skew the salaries and fringes, so they look larger than usual, and you should see that go back down in May. And then on the grant side for the revenues, we can continue to trend lower due to the COVID funds, but we're starting to see activity as we get to the end of the year. And then on the expense side, continuing there to trend slightly higher. The 3 payrolls are affecting us in the expense side as well. So you're going to see the salaries and fringes looking skewed in April. And our COVID funds, we're starting to see those expenses go out the door as well. Any questions?
Board Member Jacobs, do you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your report. Is there someone make a motion to accept the report?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. The motion passes. 2B, Strategic Planning Services.
Okay, so we're bringing back the strategic planning conversation, and as a opening to the conversation, wanted to bring back a little bit of historical background from the where we started with the RFP. So with the strategic planning RFP, we had a committee that met shortly after I was hired as the permanent superintendent to start this work with strategic planning. And over the course of a couple of sessions, we ended up with this work as the scope of the work, as well as the context for the plan. The companies here were just a representative sample of companies that do strategic planning, but it wasn't all encompassing, and we were going out to a full RFP, so we put it on our website and so forth. But with the scope of the work, we wanted to ensure that as part of the RFP, that we maintained at a minimum all of these bullet points in terms of community engagements, stakeholder meetings, facilitated process, working with diverse groups of stakeholders, and building a sustained long-term vision, desire to meet with the community in conversation, as well as having the timeline finalized with the superintendent and the board before moving forward, and including existing district work. For example, the Forward Next Generation Learning and the equity work. But also contextualized within that, we were looking for companies that were minority owned, success in working in communities similar to ours, have experience in developing long-term plans, and then being mindful and open to other entities doing strategic plan work. So idea of taking multiple projects and incorporating them in with their process. And then the ability to look at schools in new ways, so having that innovative approach. I share that to share that when we looked at the 7 proposals, we did not have any proposals that came in from minority-owned entities. However, knowing that our district prides itself on its diversity in the community and diversity within the district, that's we made sure that we looked at the diversity within the plans. We also looked at these other qualities in terms of making sure that we are incorporating existing work. And at the end of the day, that's how we ended up with Battelli for Kids as our overall, because they were the most explicit in detailing the work, in part because their work includes work that it aligns with the Forward Next Generation Learning. And then the second was G&D Associates. And having gone and asking for the additional feedback in terms of their approach to diversity and the diversity within their organizations. We went back a second time just to the top 2. And now we're bringing this back for conversation. I would say because we started this work back in March and it is now in June, if we feel as an entity that we still have questions and are not comfortable with moving forward with either of the recommendations, either Batelli or with the second choice, that we look at starting the RFP process over again. And if so, what, if anything, within this scope of work do we want to change or add to as part of that RFP work? So I just want to open that with that context and then open it up for questions, comments, or a motion.
Board Member Delgado?
Can we reinstate what the goal is of, extending this contract and what is our desired outcome from the contract, just to make sure that, we give some, background information on it?
Certainly, and I appreciate that as we've had changing in the committee structure. The goal of the strategic planning process is to help facilitate what I and Ford NGL has talked about as a North Star. It is a direction in which we focus our efforts as a district. So as a board and superintendent, this is what we believe our district is and is heading towards. And then it helps us solidify what direction do we want to go. So that's the reason why we do strategic planning, is it helps encapsulate the narratives and the story of the community and the district and brings to the board those themes and says, we exist as a school district because of, and then what are those themes? The board and the superintendent then craft those themes into some guiding, if you want to call them pillars or goals or themes that help us as a district move in a certain direction. For example, we might say that as a district, we prioritize having student achievement be the heart and center of what we do. So a pillar might be student achievement, and then as a board and superintendent, we might say, we prioritize student achievement based on certain criteria. And then those are the criteria that we as an admin team and as buildings work to try and achieve. So the board sets the overarching, here's where the target is. Then the superintendent and the administrative team say, here's where we currently are and how are we going to create a pathway from where we are to where that target's been placed out there.
Okay, so thank you for that explanation. So what I really want, because you explained what the board will do and what your administration team would do. What does this company do for us? Are they like our guiding, like they're going to guide through the process of establishing this strategic plan? Is that their role in this? Because we're trying to approve. I think we know that we need a strategic plan, but we need that assistance or that guidance. So really, what role does this, agency entity plays into us accomplishing that? And my understanding is, so they've been working with us already? No, not at all.
No, so you're absolutely right. The RFP is to help have a third-party facilitator for that process. So we certainly could try to internalize the process and do strategic planning ourselves. go out, meet with stakeholder groups within the community, capture those stories both out in the community as well as within the district, and then bring those narrative themes to the board and craft a vision from that point. This would be a facilitated process where they would assist us, and in some cases, depending on each of the proposals, some are more facilitated in certain areas, and in other areas, they will actually do the work and bring us back the product, as far as collecting the stories and then bringing us what the results are. So that's what the RFP process is designed around, is how would you, third party, help us as a district create a strategic vision? And we have not worked with any of these entities other than WASB as part of the hiring of the superintendent process. We've not worked with any of these entities in a strategic planning process, to my knowledge.
Okay, so my experience in strategic planning, we have used before. I mean, I have the experience of using a separate entity, which is great. I mean, they guide us through the whole process to get, our goal accomplished as far as setting that strategic plan. I am really trying to understand because this has been on our agenda for like the last 3 meetings. What is exactly the holdup? I mean, I understand that we wanted this to mirror kind of, what our community is. It's hard when you're hiring agencies from other places to mirror 100% what your community is, because we're different communities. I mean, it's we're just different. This agency comes from another city. Am I correct on that? So I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to understand what is exactly the holdup. If this is the recommendation to go with this agency, which seems to be the best option from all the other ones that submitted an RFP, what are we looking for? What is the holdup?
The first time this came through, the concern was that in all of the proposals, both Ms. Armstrong and myself noted a lack of diversity on the team. So that was a concern, and so their ask was to go back and take the first 2 RFP proposals based on the rankings that Ms. Armstrong and I did, and ask them questions about the diversity of their team as well as the diversity of the team that they have working with our district. In both cases, we brought back that they have made changes to their team that is working with us, so it is more diverse. They also talked about and provided additional information about the diversity of their organization. In that month period, we had a board election and new board members and a new board structure. So when we brought this back last month, there were questions in terms of how does this fit within all of the other processes that are currently working in the district, our equity work, our work at the high school. And at that time, the majority of the committee didn't feel confident in making a recommendation, and they wanted 1 month to be able to read through and then ask any questions of Ms. Armstrong or myself in regards to any of the proposals, not just the first 2.
Okay, so with all of that being said, let me ask you, in your opinion, are they qualified to guide us through this strategic plan? Taking out whether or not they have diverse individuals in their team, whether or not, are they qualified? Have they worked with schools to formulate strategic plans, within their job history?
In my opinion, Batelli for Kids is still our number 1 recommendation. They have by far worked with the most diverse group of school districts across the nation, and they have been connected with us, checking in every couple of weeks in terms of what other information is the board looking for, and can we provide to help answer any questions. So I'll let Ms. Armstrong, because she's been talking with both of these entities.
Yes. When this process started in March, we had the 7 responses out. Now that we are into June, I can speak to, I have heard from every one of these companies asking for the status. The top recommendation, the Patelli for Kids, has contacted me after every board meeting and has watched all of our board meetings and has continued to provide more and more feedback, saying, here's the tool that we use to make sure that our first phase of engagement, which is the engagement, preparation, and planning, is meeting the diversity of your district and how we can make sure that we're connecting. This is a tool we've already had in place. I've also talked to their references, and they have worked in very diverse school districts in Virginia, Texas, and Ohio. So they know the Midwest as well as some of the challenges they had in Southern Virginia as well as in Texas with different groups that they've come through. They are still 100% interested in working with the district. They're encouraged about it. They have modified their team. They will modify it any further if the school doesn't feel like this is the right representation. They are 100% committed. We just, with them, their original plan was to start in April. And so now we're in June and getting to that point of starting in July. It will shift theirs, and they've got to look at the priorities they have. But they did articulate that they are very much interested still in pursuing this project. And in my opinion, in talking with Dr. Keyser, they are still the top recommendation for us, but I believe they have shown integrity and resilience in what they're doing, in sticking with this district and watching this go from meeting to meeting and reaching out to me to see what can we do. They are willing to come in and have conversations with anyone that would like to talk to them about their experiences because they do feel that they could do the work here in Beloit very well.
Board Member Jacobs?
Thank you. How unusual is it to not have anyone guiding the strategic plan?
That's a very good question. In my first year superintendent's academy that I attended this year, and they talked a couple of different times around strategic planning. It is not so rare that it borders on unusual, but it is more often than not that you have a facilitated process, especially the first time through. Typically when you have districts that are going through the strategic plan process by themselves, they have already started with a facilitated process and have strong mechanisms in place, and they're doing more of updates to their strategic planning process as opposed to coming up with a brand new one from scratch.
Would you feel comfortable not using one, an agency or whatever?
I would feel more comfortable using an outside partner or third party as a facilitated process going through this the first time. The feedback from our last strategic planning process and the fact that it's sunsetted, and knowing that there's a strong desire to honor our history but break from our past so that we can have different outcomes in the future, leads me to believe that we want to have a facilitated process in order for us to really ensure that all of the voices are heard.
Okay, thank you.
So I have questions now. So I was reading back to the proposal. I guess even before I get to the question part, at the last meeting when it came forward, I did have some questions, not so much about I'm aware of the work of Battelle for Kids and the districts that they've worked with. One of the things that I was thinking about in that was my concern or wanting to understand what is the vision for the involvement of the Board of Education, the 7 elected members. What is the vision for our participation in the development of the strategic plan?
It was, I would say that the board will stay connected to the work in multiple areas. One, there are board members such as yourselves that are parents, and so having the multiple lenses that board members have, as well as community members, that we are wanting to have community conversations. We are also wanting to have district level conversations, and we also want to get the conversations from the board level. So I really view this as multi-level, multifaceted. Ultimately, all of this information, once it's synthesized, has to come back to the board, because ultimately the board approves a strategic plan moving forward. But the involvement in which the board has, while not as a group of 7, certainly would not exclude board members from participating in one of the other facets as part of the process.
So as I look through the proposal as it's written, and I understand that could be shaped by the RFP, and like I said, this was initiated before April. Like in that manner, because I was thinking about this, is when I envision the task of the strategic plan, and I think about, what my expectation or thought for board involvement is also, like when we talk about and we read about what effective boards do and setting visions, the thing that I was most concerned about is that as I read through and look for facilitation or where that, like I said, we had an election in April, so a returning board member, new board member, so now we have a 7-person team. So since from April to today, what engagement have we done to develop a consensus around a vision to move forward? So tonight, June 8th, is like our first night. We're going to sit down and begin to talk about strategic plans and other things like that. So even as I read through the 17-page document about the proposal, my concerns are not about Battelle for Kids as a process, because I think they're qualified and they can facilitate a process, but it's about the process that we begin to put ourselves in first with where are we going, and what is our vision for that involvement, because when I think about strategic planning, the cultivation of the 7 board members to identify, 1, 2, 3 places that this is, by consensus, 4, 3, 5, 2, 6, 1, 7, 0. That these are the 3 things that we would like to see happen in the scope of the strategic plan. That's the part that I'm looking for. And I wanted to make sure that part was addressed. And then also, when it comes to the stakeholder engagement, I want to know that, that those forums, those various stakeholders in our community are able to express their vision, so that when it comes time, we know that we have an articulated and agreed upon consensus vision of our Board of Education, and we have the various points that our stakeholders have mentioned, and from that we'll be agreeing and coming up with the work for the strategic plan. So my question then and now was like, seeing that vision and that development, the cultivation of that vision from those groups, but particularly from these 7 board members, that is something that I want to see. So, but when I'm reading the proposal, I see like school district leaders. It's kind of like in that leadership team, but some things are written specifically, but since it wasn't standing out to me, that was the concern. That was one.
So if I paraphrase, but if I heard correctly, having the board be involved in the discussion before kicking off even the community conversations, or in terms of laying out the scope and capturing that vision before even kicking off, talking with the district at large or the community at large.
I think that the Board of Education is a very specific stakeholder group.
I would agree. And in the vision in terms of Batelli for Kids, one of their in their visual, they talk about having that in their visual. They have, students, educators, families, school leaders, and district leaders and school boards as a defined entity, as part of their stakeholder representation. But that being said, part of the RFP and the understanding is that before they would begin, superintendent and the board would meet to discuss and make sure that we're all on the same page with the process moving forward, because this is a facilitated process to support our work, not to support their work, but to support our work. So we can make that clarification before kicking off with any recommended entity, third-party vendor.
Right. So then like another part, like on that same, I think that's page 6, the graphic, school, district leaders and school boards. So I imagine district leaders, superintendent, executive level cabinet. Like I said, and this is not a semantic. This is like, that was my specific point, wanting to understand that as far as stakeholder engagement, that a part of the process would convene the board members to identify priorities. That's district leaders and, when you look at the graphic.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's school leaders. So building leaders, but families, educators. So I'm not talking about an and group. I'm specifically talking about these 7 board members, a facilitator, come to some idea, some things that you all think the district, a direction. Not that that's the only place that the strategic plan goes, but that those thoughts have been captured in addition to these other groups. And that, when it comes to time to put the plan together, that those things are there. The thing that I'm saying is I don't want to neglect the development or cultivation of the vision of board members, and then in that process, because I think that that's a very important step for even us as 7 elected people to be cohesive, walking out and owning goals or things that are in the strategic plan and stewarding it together. Mm-hmm. And so then I kind of transitioned. So like the other part that I read was like how we would go into the portrait of a graduate, that is a part of the process. Mm-hmm. But seeing as we're working with Ford NGL and a portrait of a graduate has already been developed, that it would start with that portrait of a graduate, not necessarily a different development. So even with that, and that was kind of like I said, I know we're about a month off from the finishing of that portrait of a graduate. So then a question like, when last time I spoke, board member Wong, I think, said that he was the board member that was on the development of the portrait of a graduate. So that's one of 7. Were you a part of the development of a portrait of a graduate?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So that's another part where I know that, in some sense you don't have to double work, but we're taking one process, going to combine it with another process. And for me at that point, if the foundation is the portrait of a graduate, and we won't see a finished portrait of a graduate until July, and there's only been one board member that had the opportunity to participate, that's the space where I was saying that in my vision of what I thought would happen, where board member participation and shaping of the strategic plan for the school district of Beloit, that it needed to be expansive and representative of the work of us. So that was that. That was the biggest, that was one of the major concerns I wanted to make sure was understood. Because, you know, in my reading, trying to follow up, I was like, where does our superintendent see this work, and where is our board seeing this work? And like I said, because we've got multiple things that are out there, and it hadn't all kind of been brought together, I saw that we might be conceiving the same task a little bit differently.
Yeah, I understand better now in terms of the concern that the board as a separate entity without administration be an entity that provides input and vision, and I don't disagree with that vision in that statement. I look at it a little bit differently in that when we think about the running of a district, it is the board and the superintendent as the district leader together that runs that, and that's where I saw that, but I didn't view that as exclusive. But certainly that would be something that we could take and make explicit within the expectation if we moved forward. As far as the portrait of a graduate piece, the stakeholder group that was a part of that process had called for a representative group of multiple different stakeholder groups, and did not want to make one group overrepresented than any other group, and that is why there was a limit in terms of not having the board by itself be a stakeholder group, just like not having the GBDC or any other community group or business group be a stakeholder by themselves. There was a limited number of representation. So for the school district, that's where the board and myself and others were included within that category. So we were all defined under that header. So there was a desire from my standpoint that that process had started, and not to have that process seem additive or not inclusive of the overall district vision, seeing how we are a district that it all feeds up to Beloit Memorial, and that's the commitment that Beloit Memorial has started and the district has fully supported, and so we want to make sure that we were inclusive of that process.
Yes, and then, and that's kind of another space that, like I said, you know, I drew for you before a graphic. Shows a line of implementation and a line of execution. So we talk about, when you say like operating the district, in my training, understanding, experience, the superintendent, you know, you crossing the line that deals with the board members, and then you also cross back to the line that deals with operating the organization from that other space. But since we don't cross that line, that's the part where, when we just look at that district leaders part, that's the limiting factor. That where I was saying that I don't see the work or the place for the board in that. And then with the portrait of a graduate, which we, like I said, we'll see the work that's presented. But even a standpoint that I'm thinking about, if that is conceived of as like transformation of our high school, then it's like a high school centric thing. And that was one of the things that I shared in the last meeting, that like when it talks about like data capacity to, you know, display data, that's just not a high school function, that's a district function. And so even when we think about the portrait of a graduate, understanding what the intermediate perception or the elementary perceptions are and what things they see. So like I said, I understand, as you explained, I understand how the team that composed that was put together. But like I said, sometimes the focus on that end was high school transformation at that point, and that might not be representative of those other groups and other things. So that's why in the process, I see not that they're competing portraits of a graduate, but a value in not skipping any steps of the processes that were there.
Absolutely, and I would agree that the for next generation learning is focused in on that high school transformation, but I view that as just a starting point with the process. This, I think, a strategic planning process, especially when we think of something that is going to capture us, 5-10 years out, certainly can talk about this is where we are at this particular point, but 3 years from now, how does that portrait of a graduate expand to incorporate the vision of our intermediates and expand even further to talk about our vision for elementary. I think of these things like a portrait of a graduate and so forth as a living process and not a process that once it's done, it's set and that's what we have. I view and believe in frameworks over programs because frameworks live and breathe and they are responsive to the conditions. So as we improve, so should we improve our expectations as it relates to those profiles. So I definitely see how these two things, while seemingly starting in different points, can converge as we grow forward into the future.
Any other board members have any other questions at this time?
I still have my hand up.
Okay. Board Member Delgado?
Thank you for all the questions you were asking, because that kind of gave me a little perspective as to, how you're looking at it. And it's really, it's very different because you have that educational, background, where you can bring that. But as far as the proposal, which is, the things that we're really focusing on and discussing to make our strategic plan move forward, I just have a question related to, do we have the autonomy to make changes to like the proposal even once we start, if the direction that, the proposal is, taking us is not necessarily aligned within the vision of the board members? Is there that possibility for us to make changes?
From my standpoint, one, because we are the client and we have that ability, but I would also say because these proposals were written for a timeline with the thought that we would already be in this process, I'll defer to Ms. Armstrong because she works with contracts and third-party vendors a lot more than I do, but I believe that answer is yes.
Yes, typically, we do have the ability to shift and make changes. If it is a substantially higher scope that we're asking for, there could be an amendment where they're asking, okay, you want to change this and it's going to require another 40 hours or 80 hours. They could ask for an MOU or an agreement to modify it to increase, a compensation appropriate for those additional hours. But typically, if we're changing, the timeline, if we're changing, our idea or our vision, that's, unless it's going to be a substantial increase in scope, you are able to do that modification without having to redo a contract or any MOUs. And from my context with them, with Batelli for Kids, they're very aware of the timeline changes and have not said there was any change of their scope at this point.
Yeah. So there was also a comment about, the vision of the current board members. And I really want us to take in consideration that we change every year. Every year there's a change within board members. So the vision that we will create or we will have, right now, can potentially change next year or the following year or the following year. Within that being said, having a strategic plan, that's also, there's that potential for it to change as well as new board members come and bring new ideas or bring, new visions. So I really want us to take that in consideration as well, that yes, we're going to try to set something, and have a finished product, but even that product is subject to change, depending on new board members coming in.
Well, okay. So Board Member Delgado, to that, what I would say is, I think with our board, when people don't finish their terms, there's change. But if people finish the elected terms that they're served to, then the change that happens is predictable. As we get ready to develop a strategic plan, and it's developed, and like I said, whether it's a 4-3 vote, 5-2 vote, 6-1 vote, or 7-0 vote, which I would like, that it was agreed upon that we're going to do a certain thing, even as the board changes, there might be opinions about that work, but the work has already been developed and it's going down the track. So as we come to this development of the strategic plan, it is important that a Board of Education, since we'll come back to these 7 members, that there's vested interest in continuing the work as each component step comes along, because this is something that we agreed to. And I think that that is the focus. When I look at where the board is at and some other things that are not in place, the opinions change because there hasn't been some lasting work laid down for people, no matter who you are. Things just don't change because there's certain things have not been developed to say that this is the ball in the direction we're going. So we're not, like I said, if we say that we're moving towards Madison and we're, as a geographical location, then we're going to try to advance from Beloit to Janesville to Madison. If we see ourselves moving backwards towards South Beloit, Roscoe, Rockford, we would know that we're not in the same place because everyone would come to the table saying, no, we said we're going to Madison. So that's the part that I see that, yes, different people as board members can get on the board, but there would be representatives that said, we agreed to this work and it's going in that direction. And people would vote as their convictions led them to keep that work or not. So before the work gets started, it's important to make sure that as a board, we're not just moving things down, but that we are actually claiming the work as our own and pushing it forward. And it's not just our work, but that facilitation of our stakeholder community. So that's where I'm coming from in that. Any other board member questions or comments? Okay. So I did hear you say that kind of this was discussion, because we do agree that, I think we agree, we're going to have a strategic plan. Understanding that Battelle for Kids is through the bid process, this is where you would like to go. So were we just discussing at this point, or what?
There is a motion that's in board docs for the recommended Battelle for Kids. If the board, as our recommended action, if the board is supportive of going with this, and then engaging in the conversation with them about finalizing the details of the process and then getting the process moving forward.
Because kind of where I'm at is, like, since we will be meeting tonight as a full board, and we're going to end up bringing up some things. And from the last meeting, we talked about committees completing the work so it can go forward. In the scope of our conversations later this evening, since if we're discussing this just for discussing, I would like to have this part come up to capture some of those other board members' thoughts about their scope or what they see in the work, and then at the next meeting, bring it forward with a motion.
Okay, and I have put it down for action, and the thought process, just for clarification, was that we moved it to this month so that all board members would have the opportunity to review all of the proposals and ask any questions, so that we would be in a position that we would be able to take action tonight. Or alternatively, I would say if there are lingering questions because of how delayed from the initial RFP, that we open up and redo an RFP for strategic planning moving forward, which takes about, we usually keep it open for a month. So I had not received any questions or inquiries by any board members over the past month in regards to this process or any of the proposals.
Question. If we move it to the full board, we still have that opportunity to bring it out of the consent agenda and ask questions and have discussion, and this can still be turned down, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The intent of the process that we'll be discussing a little bit later tonight, as Vice President Levy had talked about, is that allowing us the space to capture all of those, do the work, and then the hope would be that it doesn't come off consent agenda. I will say that this is not listed on, even if it were to be approved at committee level, is not listed in consent for tonight. It would be moved to the June 22nd consent agenda, so that would also give some space for that. I just wanted to give context in terms of what I thought the expectations were over the past month.
So can I jump in? I'm sorry. We can't discuss this later tonight, correct, at the board, because it's not on the agenda.
We can't discuss the specific proposals. The idea in terms of our vision for the board and the superintendent working towards a vision together is the focus of the work tonight.
So one of the things that we had talked about in the process, and we're at 6:15, so I'm going to bring us kind of to a close in essence, but I will make a motion for this to go forward, since it's going to come up at the 6:22 meeting. The thing that we had talked about is if we approve things in committee, that means like all the work has been done. So that's the signal to the other board members that when it lands on consent agenda, because the work has been done in the committee, you can feel comfortable. If you've asked your questions, and then those things might not come off. Like you said, Board Member Delgado, at any point, once it moves to the next step, people can ask, and it might get, we can move it forward today as a committee, so they can be talked about on the 22nd. On the 22nd, when the other 4 board members have the opportunity to ask questions, they might say, well, let's wait another month or something else. But since we're in that space and it's not coming up on the consent tonight, and like I said, we won't be talking about the specifics of will we go with Battelle for Kids at $58,072, but we'll be talking about our involvement. That'll shape the other parts of the conversation, and then by the time we get to the 22nd, the end of the month, we'll be able to take action and move one way or another. I think that we'll be in that space. So I'll entertain a motion. Does anyone have a motion that they'd like to entertain to move this work to the full board?
I'll go ahead and move.
Okay.
I move to approval of the Battle for Kids proposal for strategic planning services in the amount
A
of
second?
$58,072 for the work to be done from this summer through June 2020. Move to the full board for approval.
So it's been moved and seconded by Board Member Jacobs. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. So now we're at our meeting close. We're not going to set a date based on, we'll have some conversations tonight about our next meeting when we talk about possible restructuring. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, it is 6:19, and I will call the Policy and Personnel Committee to order. Secretary Schoep, may I please have a roll call?
Delgado,
Present.
Levy,
Here.
and Anderson is absent. Both Delgado and Levy are in the boardroom.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda,
So move.
and I will second. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries unanimously. Looking for a motion to approve the minutes for this evening.
So move.
I will second. Thank you. I do have a couple discussion points, but before I start, Board Member Delgado, did you have anything for the minutes?
No, I went through the meeting. I listened to it all, so I'm good with it.
Perfect, thank you so much. All right, under number 2, personnel items, kind of halfway through that paragraph, it said Levy asked about the pay for the camps and where the pay was coming from. So it wasn't like what account it's coming from, but where the stipend number originated. And then, under, okay, so it's 3 policies for first reading. If you actually go down to the top of page 3, where it says move recommend to the full Board of Education approval of the revisions of 141.1, it says for first reading on June 8th, but those are listed under the consent agenda for second reading. For 141.1, the board officer elections, and then 141.1, Rule 1, board officer elections procedures, and then the last one is policy 141.2. So those were separate from the restructuring, which will be on for first reading tonight, but those are actually on the consent agenda for second reading. And then I have a question for Attorney Love. So I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, but it's relevant. For this evening, under Employment Recommendations Exhibit A, it contains a section that says correction to Exhibit A 5/28/2021 report. I'm assuming that was supposed to read 5/25 because that's when our meeting was. But my question is there a way to note those corrections in the minutes? They didn't happen in the meeting, but they impact the minutes of the meeting. How could we handle that appropriately?
Okay, so just so I understand, there were changes to Exhibit A, and you want to reflect those in the minutes?
Right, but technically the updated information did not happen in the meeting, but it impacts the minutes. So how do we appropriately handle that?
And how do you believe it impacts the minutes?
Because the Exhibit A that we reviewed on 5/25 was incorrect. We just didn't know it on the 25th while we were in the meeting. But on this evening's Exhibit A employee recommendations, there's a note with the correction that says 5/28, but again, I'm assuming that is supposed to read 5/25.
Okay, I think that because it wasn't discussed in the meeting, you could perhaps footnote your minutes to indicate that, that to kind of cross-reference with tonight's meeting
Perfect,
to address the corrections.
perfect. Secretary Shope, would you handle that, please? Thank you so much. All right, so with that, all in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye. Aye. And the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, next up, we have policy for first reading. This is a new policy, 185.5, Human Resources Committee. Dr. Kieser, will you be handling this?
Yes, and hopefully the computer will catch up to my sharing. But I should be sharing here. Maybe I'll stop and restart that sharing. Can't share the screen. Why not? Because I want to. That's why. There we go. So we separated out as part of the committee structure organization policy, and then we discussed about having a human resources committee that would be handling which would be a committee of the whole that would handle the employee recommendations. So what I did was I took the portion of that dealt with personnel recommendations and created this 185.5, which is called the Human Resources Committee. Listed a very brief purpose, and then described it as a committee of the whole, and then a couple of bullet points in terms of the scope of the committee. So I'll open it up for questions.
Board Member Delgado, do you have anything?
Just on the purpose, it says to review and approval of all personnel items. Can it be changed to approve, like to review and approve all personnel items brought to the committee? Or is approval the correct?
Oh,
It just-
approve, yes.
Yeah, it just kind of sounded, weird.
Yep,
That's all I have.
no problem.
Okay. Thank you, Board Member Delgado. Actually, I am a little concerned with the purpose. I don't think that the expectation should be that everything that is brought before this committee will be approved. So I would actually like to see the purpose read, to review, approve, or deny all personnel items brought to the committee. And then similarly, under that second bullet point, review, approve or deny the superintendent's personnel recommendations.
So review, approve, or deny?
Correct. And then reflecting the same verbiage in that second bullet point. All right, are there
All right.
any other adjustments to this policy? Okay, is there a motion to approve policy 185.5 with the stated corrections to the full board?
So move.
And I will second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, the motion carries unanimously. That brings us to number 3, personnel items. Board Member Delgado, do you have any reason why we would need to go into closed session?
I do not.
Okay, I don't either, so we can remain in open. I do have a couple questions. On Exhibit A, the career academic coach, thank you so much for providing those qualifications. I just have a quick question. They list 2 required qualifications, which are a bachelor's degree in education and a Wisconsin teaching license. I just want to confirm, is there an expectation that the person in this role will need to teach?
So it's my understanding in this role that they're really building the relationships within the community for those academies. And so they're a liaison between our academy teachers and the community members. So I think in terms of classroom teaching, no. However, they have that experience, and if the role lends itself to providing instruction, they have that certification to do so.
Okay, so my concern is, I think you do need a degree for this position, but I think you don't need specifically a bachelor's degree in education or a teaching license after reviewing the job description to do the job well. I have no issues with the proposal that's in front of us, but I would like for us to be very intentional and mindful that we are not, and I'm not saying that this has happened, but that we are not crafting job descriptions for an individual or for a group of individuals.
Yes, I agree with that statement. Thank you.
All right, and then for the special ed program manager under other professional educator support, I just had a quick question. What is the difference between a limited transfer and a permanent transfer?
Okay, so a limited transfer, let me see here. Are you looking under?
Is there a limited placement transfer and a permanent transfer?
So Eric Buchanan was in that role for a 1 year. So he was provided that 1 year contract last year. And so he actually went through the interview process to be offered the permanent contract for program manager. So I feel like that probably could be worded better for understanding for the purpose of these reports. Please know, we're kind of working through our rhythm here.
No, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, so I think for our notes section, we'll word that better next time.
Okay, and then thank you for providing that correction. Am I accurate in saying that that should be 525?
You are correct. Yeah.
Okay. Board Member Delgado, any questions or comments on Exhibit A before we move to Exhibit B?
None, thank you.
Okay. All right, Exhibit B. Just a couple questions. One for the assistant varsity coach. I just want to confirm because I got really happy because when I pulled up the matrix for 2015, 2016, assuming that this person has 0 experience, then that amount is perfectly aligned with the matrix. So I just want to confirm that that's accurate.
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then my other question, excuse me, if the effective date is April 19th, why are we just now seeing this on June 8th? And then part B of that question is that the comment states that the athletic form was received on 6/1. And again, if the effective date is April 19th, why is the paperwork being filed in June and it's coming before the board in June?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So our HR department received that form from the athletics department on 6/1, so I did want to include that in the comments section. I think we're all in agreement that we want to see that people are getting paid timely, and I wanted to show that when we received that form, we put through that in our process to make sure that we were releasing that addendum and making sure that that person was being paid. Now, do we have an opportunity there in partnering with our athletic department to make sure that those forms are coming in timely? Absolutely. And so we have talked through that, and hopefully we'll see that those discrepancies aren't happening moving forward.
And just a couple questions on their extracurriculars. If you could provide some explanation to what noon supervision is, because I took it as like literally it's noon supervision, but then I read that there were 6 shifts per week, and since noon happens once per day, I thought maybe I didn't have the correct understanding of what noon supervision is.
Yeah, so I had to dig into this one myself. And so the shifts, what Robinson did is there's an addendum for $1,098. And so she had to do some creative scheduling with noon supervision. I think with COVID, with the lunch hours and students eating in classrooms and the lunchroom, there was a lot of creativity that went into this. So with that being said, each shift is a half an hour. And what she did is she looked at how many shifts each educator was providing and split it up appropriately.
Okay, perfect. And then I'm wondering, the only school that's listed is Robinson. Are other elementary schools not doing noon supervision?
So this was a district-issued addendum from a principal to provide those funds to the people that were for covering.
And I see that the effective date again is April 8th, and we are at June 8th. So have those discussions been had so that we can get these addendums and people paid, et cetera, approved in a more timely manner?
Correct, yes. So we received the email about that on May 20th. And so once we had the email and the information from Robinson, we included that in the addendum information.
Okay, so have other elementary schools been taken care of for their noon supervision, or should we expect to see those coming through?
I'll have to dig into that.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. And then my final question was on Exhibit A1, the interview panel diversity report page. I'll yield the floor. Board Member Delgado, did you have any questions on that before I begin?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. So again, I am so glad that this report is generated and it's available to us. I am concerned that when we met last, there were no Black people on the interview panels. And now we have Black people on the interview panels, but now we don't have any Hispanic people on the interview panels. And so we cannot trade out one group for another. Our district is diverse, our community is diverse, and if we're engaging in the hiring practice, we need to make sure that all of our panels are diverse. And if that means soliciting that assistance from our community, I hope there is a plan to do that.
Yeah, and I understand that. And so after our board meeting on the 25th, we had an admin meeting that following Thursday, and I was able to provide a reminder to our admin team and all of our hiring leaders that were in that meeting to ensure that we had diverse interviewing panels moving forward.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And everyone was receptive and agreeable to that?
Absolutely.
Excellent. All right, I am looking for a motion to approve employee recs, both Exhibit A and B.
Can I ask a question before,
Absolutely.
Regarding the panels? So your panels normally confirm of how many people?
So that's an excellent question. We don't really have a magic number for the number that somebody should be sitting on a panel. However, we do encourage that we do have more than one person sitting on a panel. Are you referring to a certain hire that I can answer to?
Not necessarily, only, I do hiring all the time.
Yeah.
I do interviews. And normally our panel confirms of 2 individuals plus the HR person. So I'm just wondering, if we're really looking into having diverse panels, and we're looking at, African American and Hispanics, aren't we excluding like everyone else? Asians, are we excluding Anglo? Are we excluding? So I don't know, I'm just thinking about, equity. Like if we're really trying to be equitable, how do we do that without having a panel of 6, 10 people?
No. Well, if you review Exhibit A1, there is one panel that consists of one person, but the second panel is 14, and then that third panel has 5. So there's definitely space on the current panels to include diversity, and it was similar numbers for the other panels that we've reviewed.
Okay, and that's why my question was, how many people does it confirm? I mean, because I get it. If it's, 5 people, I can see that we can be diverse. But if it's a 2-person panel, how do we choose?
Yeah, and I always encourage hiring leaders to reach out to HR to bounce ideas off of me in terms of like what the scope of the role is. Sometimes if you have a paraeducator versus a professional educator, those panels may look a little different because with a paraeducator, it could be a little intimidating if you have like a total of 14 people, whereas the academy coach, in the scope of that role, that was appropriate because of the fact that that role intersects with people in the community or different academy teachers and roles within the district. So I think it's an ongoing conversation. It's always a good idea to collaborate with HR and the hiring leader and really like develop that partnership in each recruitment that we're doing in the district. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'm looking for a motion to approve the employee recs Exhibit A and B.
So move.
I will second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to number 4, meeting closing. Our next meeting will be Tuesday, June 22nd, time to be determined. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
So move.
All right, there is a motion on the floor to adjourn. I will second. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
I didn't either.
It was
until he
last
texted
minute.
it. I think we should go ahead,
Okay.
since the photographer's here, but because to reschedule, I mean, there are some challenges. Right. We'll just have to list him as not picture.
We'll drop him in from the top. With a little parachute.
Have him hanging from a plane. We just have to wait for Stephanie to get here. She had to be here by 10 too. Okay, and I think, is Maria going to take hers? She was going to take hers right now. You're very good. That's good.
Are we taking it in?
We're gonna actually take it in on the staircase. He's gonna go up and shoot from up, down. He's got a good camera and how, they'll put you up. No, it'll be great. He's gonna stagger you on the steps so it will.
I got a convertible. That's you can't hit this from
It's gonna be great.
you can't hit it from the top.
You tell him you need to be.
It used to be full like this, but it's not full no more.
Getting old stinks.
You can't hit this from the top.
You know, I used to kiss the top of my dad's hair. He had that open space.
Yes, look, I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
We are, do you want to stay in the meeting until 10 or 11?
Yes.
No, I got nothing to do, so I'm gonna go home with you. Yes, I got things to do.
Yes.
No, can we be done by 9, please?
I say always. Anything like 9, like electricity turns off.
The policy 185 that was getting so long.
Yes, it's fine. Yeah, and it's just first reading tonight for the full board, and then it's gonna come back for second reading.
And these should only be first reading, so how I labeled them second reading is beyond me.
Okay,
So that they should be first reading.
yeah, and then second reading will be on the 22nd.
Yes, so did I was gonna look quick and see, did I make the motions first reading or second? I need the
You can stay here until we finish the picture, and then I thought I was being nice, Mom, by taking you home. You're not gonna have access to food.
Why do you have those for a final meeting? I don't know, because we just looked at them the first time on May 25th, right? She's 3. Did we just look at them for the first time?
No, these are fine. We looked at those. I think those are fine. It's just the restructuring ones should be first reading. Yeah.
And those are.
Yeah, I think that, I don't know, I don't have the notes in front of me anymore, but I think, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
For the things I was trying to put on that calendar that I thought of, that I got shown friends and all the others. Okay, what are we going to have to put on? So, depending on how to do those. We will see. No. And she wants our custodians to set up and take down there.
And then if everybody's here, we can do the.
Oh, really? Did she call you? She emailed me. That would be awesome. Okay, see you tomorrow.
Is school out? Yes. Woohoo! All right, it's sad? Yes. That, like a dedicated student, what are you saying, sad or happy? Okay, now wait, what are you guys doing this summer?
Summer school.
Are you doing summer school too? What grade are you in?
Fourth, well, fifth now.
Okay, so you're gonna be in fifth grade, so what school are you currently right? You're at Bruce, oh, so now you're going to Bruce, all right, and your brother, what school are you at? Have a good night. You're gonna be in 7th grade, and you're gonna be in 5th grade? Awesome.
Okay, I'm responding to your email.
But what are you doing in summer school? Do you go to Fruitvale or do you go to Ridgeline Elementary?
I think we either go to Fruitvale or... yes and no.
Oh, okay. Now, where did you go to elementary school?
You already did?
You're
Okay,
at Ty,
all right.
or were you
I was saying, 'cause I can have
That's a
Wendy
good school. That's a
coordinate
big
with
school.
Ryan.
It's an old
and,
school. Did you ever think there's ghosts in
you
there?
know, I feel like one is... I didn't get it over.
It's because I think as it's old, there could be a ghost in there, ghost of an old teacher or student. I'm thinking, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that was sort of like... Yeah.
I've been doing like Hermione or in school.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know where they're gonna have it in. They're gonna take us to...
So I was talking to her about, you know, the school district and maybe, you know.
No, I was talking to her about it. I was having some hesitation because, well, and I don't even know where to go. He was a little bit hesitant. He was pushing back on it. And I was telling him, we want our conference rooms back. And I think it's in the best interest of the organization to be at the first floor. And I talked to you and you guys. And he said, no. And he's very worried that he's going to move, because he really likes her. He's going to move, and then we're going to move somebody in there. And that's really his mom. So I just wanted to make sure we wanted the conference room, like, I wanted, yeah.
People will start asking questions and then
Well, when I looked at the superintendent.
I have been very surprised on how much
Friday,
engagement I
where is
get
it?
out
We're going to put all those people that
just
you're
like
recommending.
So
So I think he's going on vacation. So I was thinking like, maybe I'll tell him I can have them move you while you're on vacation or something like that. But what he wanted was, and if we don't think it's a good move for him, we don't have to do it. But he wanted like, you know, a door with a window, maybe just so he can see out. And then, you know, then of course we want this door locked to each other. Like, people are gonna, I mean, he was being a little bit. And he actually, and I don't know. No, and I've been really dragging my feet because he pushed back some, and I got really nervous that I'm gonna move, and then we're gonna move something in, and then I'm gonna look like, right. You know, so I was dragging my feet. I didn't feel like there was a sense of urgency to it. I knew he was taking a vacation. So now I feel better talking to you and saying.
yeah, are you doing any?
No, it was Jefferson, one of the offices.
But you have what, like, okay.
Because I think we have a spot. And so he went in that office instead. But the idea was, I was trying to save the maintenance work, because if you just do a flow, right, you move Ryan, you move the conference table on Jeff's office to there, and you move Jeff's furniture. That's the flow.
Okay, thank you.
I will take one sheet of your information. The board meeting is live, and they're hearing everything.
Perfect. Like I said, I've been in
We know how to turn that on.
I'm trying to get like all organizations too, because I know how to.
I was gonna say, could you send that form?
It's just the information, just.
Hi, good evening. We are just waiting for one more board member. We plan to start shortly. Thank you. For those tuning in, we are still waiting for 2 more members. We had to take care of a thing first, and so we're just waiting for people to get situated at their computers. We plan on starting shortly. All right, thank you very much. Good evening. The time is now 7:11, and I would like to call, or sorry, 7:12, and I would like to call our meeting to order. Ms. Schopp, may we have a roll call, please?
Anderson is absent. Delgado.
Present.
Jacobs.
Here.
Levy. Amy. Levy. Sean.
Present.
Miller.
Present.
Wong.
Here.
And Levy. Amy. Levy. Amy. It appears she's virtual, but either cannot hear me or has stepped away momentarily. And I have Jacobs and Amy Levy virtual.
All right, thank you very much. Would anybody like to move to approve our agenda with the one change of bringing item 4G to the very top of the list so our presenter, Mr. Beard, can present and then go on with his evening? So looking for a motion to approve the agenda with the one amendment of moving item 4G to the top of action items.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second by Delgado. Any discussion?
Pardon?
Oh, I just asked if there was any discussion. Seeing and hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, thank you. That brings us to item 1D, the Pledge of Allegiance. Board Member Wong will be leading us in that this evening. Thank you. If you could please rise. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 2A, public comment. Ms. Schopp, do we have anybody who would like to offer up a comment this evening?
I have no emails and I do not have anybody in the boardroom.
Thank you very much. That brings us to our consent agenda. Would anybody at this time like to remove an item from our consent agenda? Seeing and hearing none, I'll accept.
Sorry.
You are fine. Go right ahead, Board Member Levy.
I would like to remove the minutes, please.
All right, sounds good. We are removing the approval of meeting minutes. Is that item 3F, just to confirm? Okay, perfect. So we are removing item 3F, the approval of meeting minutes. And otherwise, is there any discussion or anything people would like to remove from the consent agenda at this time? Hearing none, would anybody like to make a motion?
I move that we accept the consent agenda with the minus the items that were removed. That-
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Sean Levy and a second by, is that Board Member Delgado? To approve the consent agenda with the removal of item 3F. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. And Board Member Levy, would you like to discuss the minutes?
Yes, I am fine with the minutes from 6/5 and 5/25. But the special meeting minutes from 6/2/2020, I am wondering why these minutes are reaching us 6 days shy of their first birthday.
Good question. Thank you. From what I understand, there was a backlog of minutes due to some combination of a congestion of meetings and lack of work time. And I'm not exactly sure the full nature, but we did make an inquiry, and apparently this was the earliest that they could come to us.
A year later was the earliest they could come to us?
So there are several, and there will be a few more coming, that are special board meeting minutes. And those were, when the board made its goals last April, the goal said to bring like minutes to like meetings, which we have since changed based on the fact that there were several times that special board meetings were being called at the last minute. And I wouldn't think to put minutes on those meetings because they were being called within a couple of days of the date of the meeting. And so the special board meeting minutes were kind of falling through the cracks and not getting approved. And so I have since talked to the board president and the superintendent about bringing special board meeting minutes to the regular board meetings, because otherwise they have a tendency to fall through the cracks, and bringing any of the closed session minutes whenever we have a closed session for the appropriate committee or board level, so that they don't fall through the cracks, because last year they were falling through the cracks and not being approved because they weren't being put on the agendas, because they were like out of sight, out of mind at the way special meetings were being called. So that's why we have probably about 10 or 12, and most of them relate back to the special meetings that were being held for either the superintendent's search or for listening sessions and things like that. And so I'm doing my best to go back and find all of those that were not approved, and then to get those done and bring them forward. So you'll see whenever we have a closed session, you'll start seeing those closed session minutes coming forward. And then the regular open part of the meeting coming. And so my hope is to have them done in the next couple of meetings, so that you'll have them and they'll be done, and then not to have that happen anymore by bringing them always to the regular board meeting for approval, so that they don't fall through the cracks anymore.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that explanation, Secretary Shope, and I'm glad that there is a fix in place. My only other question was for our regular board meeting minutes on May 25th. Under Action C, approval of agenda, we removed 6C through G and 6K through O, but then they still appear at the bottom. And I'm just wondering if there's something with process that I'm missing. Is just the reference at my concern is that someone reading these minutes, if they didn't catch that 1 inch in that line, they may think that all of those things were approved.
I believe that it should have said that those items were removed from the agenda. Does it not?
Right. It says that at the very top on Action C, approval agenda, that first line, but they're still included under the consent agenda. Is that the way it's supposed to be, or should those have been removed?
No, typically I also type it underneath that item. So if I did not, I will go back and fix that. So where that item
they
appears.
are listed. And so the way it reads, if you miss that one line at the top, it looks like all of those things were approved.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm sorry, what I'm saying is where it appears in the regular portion of the agenda, I usually type underneath that item, this item was removed from the agenda, so that where you see it,
Perfect.
it then says it right underneath it. So if I did not do that, I will fix that.
Yep, that is actually, not included. So just 6C through G and 6K through O.
Yep, I will fix that then.
Thank you.
All right, cool. Thank you very much. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion at this time? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Okay, motion passes. So that brings us to category number 4, action items. At this time, we'd like to hear from Mr. Beard, our athletic director, about masks for athletics at the end of the 2020-2021 school year. Thank you.
So as from our special meeting, or from our special meeting on Saturday before the graduation, there was an ask to have a broader discussion around removing the masks requirement at competitions for the remainder of this school year, and asked if Mr. Beard would be available to answer questions in regards to that. In so doing, I've talked with Mr. Beard. We've the calendar as it is set. The last date, unless teams go to state, would be June 17th, so we only have a few more weeks. And then I also provided to the board the WIAA spring guidance, so that as background knowledge and information. So I let Mr. Beard know that the board was sent that information from the WIA website for background information in regards to what those expectations are at for practices as well as competitions. So at this point, I will open it up for board members to ask questions in regards to that.
If anybody has a question or comment, if you could please indicate so in the chat. Thank you, Board Member Wong.
I have a few questions, and I guess they're going to kind of go all over the board. First of all, the WIA ruling, and Dr. Keyser, I appreciate you sending that out to us in advance of this. But when you look at that, if you look at the update, that's almost 7 weeks old. And I guess how relevant is that in today's world? As we can see, the pandemic has changed. It's changing by the day, if not by the hour. And here we are working with information that's dated almost 2 months. So I think that's one thing that I have a concern about, is that we're using ancient data at this point. The second question I would have would be involving, and this is going forward as well, and I know this is with mask mandate for all sports, what about vaccinations? And I know it alludes to that in the guidelines as well, but it's almost contradictory from within the sports too. So I guess just your comments on that, and if kids have been vaccinated, how are we treating that? And I know that the rule is that we can't ask them, but if they step forward and said, I've been vaccinated, what's our policy on that?
Yeah.
Button. We good? Okay. So I am going to go back. I'm going to start with the WIA information. The stance that the WIA usually takes is to paint a broad stroke of guidelines. So they put this out 7 weeks ago, and since that point, very similar to 6 months ago, they put out their guidelines for what they would like to see. And it pertains mainly to the WIA tournament. In the regular season, individual school districts are allowed to make the decisions that they feel are best for their district. So for example, in our conference at the beginning of spring, we decided that we were going to have an all-mask mandate or requirement for all spring sports. Everyone was going to wear it, regardless of the sport or competition. The WI brings that out. Verona, Middleton, and Sun Prairie have changed their stance on the mask in the last week. And so now a lot of the districts in our conference are relaxing the mask mandate. Other areas in the state have already done that. Some have already been at that point months ago. So we're a little bit all over the place. As Beloit, as a district, we've done a very good job, in my opinion. Can I just take this down for a second? of maintaining our mask mandate of what we said we were going to do. I know our coaches have been really stressing that, and our students have been doing a good job with that. Now we're to the point where we're one of the few that still have the mask mandate at this point. You know, so I mean that's where we are right now. And I'm sorry if I didn't answer your first question or comment.
Yeah, just the ruling that it's dated material that we're going by. And I guess that brings up another question. And by the way, we are the only school that is wearing masks at this point, or requiring it. And I know that from coming from a competition this afternoon. So with the other school districts, is that something that is being done through the athletic department, or is that a school board decision, do you know?
That is a good question. It varies between the districts, but for the most part, it goes to the school district, or school board, sorry. The athletic department follows whatever the school board, they can bring their suggestions, and then it's voted just very similar to what we've done in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about your vaccination question. We do have some student athletes who are vaccinated. We have taken the course of everyone's wearing a mask throughout, regardless if you're vaccinated or not. So we haven't, we don't have a difference between the two if you're not, because we're not really asking either. So we're going with just the mask at this point until yesterday.
The only piece that I would add to Mr. Beard's comments is that when WIA put out the guidance 7 weeks ago, we had already had a commitment with the board approval that we wanted it to be masked universally. There was also a conversation with the Big Eight, and there was a commitment within the Big Eight to all have the same guidelines. The idea that we needed to all be together, and that was a conversation that aligned with our board action. As Mr. Beard had said, different districts decided to make changes to that, which then led to all of that kind of falling apart. We've stuck firm to the commitment we made both to the conference and to the board until it was asked to be reconsidered. So those were known entities that at competitions, masks would be optional in the event that staff or athletes would be vaccinated, but also knowing that you weren't going to ask for it. It was basically an honor system at that point.
Okay, just so I'm clear on that then, and because you said a few things there that to me was contradictory. You'd said that even though with vaccinations, Mr. Beard, you had mentioned that we're still going to have the mask mandate, but you had just mentioned that it's optional.
WIA wrote in their rules knowing that vaccinations, right. but we knew that we had a commitment before those guidance pieces were out, that we were, as a conference and as a district, we were going to have masks. So we stuck with that commitment moving forward. Even though WIA made changes to their guidance, we knew that that was a change, but WIA has also said, your district, they are not going to usurp the authority of the district. So that's why they call it their guidance and not their mandates in terms of how things would operate.
But the mask mandate that we have was for a conference play specifically. That's what you had talked about with the Big Eight conference and the guidelines of that. Whereby now that we're into beyond conference play, we're going according to WIA ruling or rules, or is it still?
As I've advised Mr. Beard, we have been going based on what we've approved in the athletic plan, which includes masks across the board up until Saturday when we made the change up until tonight. So the conversation is before the board tonight if we want to make any changes to our athletic plan. The the space has been created on the agenda item for the conversation and any motion or action that we want to take moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Board Member Wong. Board Member Levy?
Does the administration have a request or a recommendation for the board as it pertains to the mask for athletes until the end of the 2020-2021 school year? And just for clarification, what is that end point?
Yes, if I could make a suggestion, I would definitely like to do that. I would suggest that we, during competition for all spring sports moving forward to the end of the 2020-21 seasons, I would like for our student athletes to not be required to wear a mask during competitions, but still wear masks to and from the competition. So if they're on a bus, a mask needs to be worn. For softball and baseball, if they're in the dugout, I would recommend that they still wear a mask. Once they're competing out on the field or on the track or wherever that may be, they are not required to wear a mask.
So just a couple quick follow-ups. When you say like if they're in the dugout, you would request, is that, and I guess that's something that the board can work out, but your request, if I'm understanding you correctly, is that for the purposes of competition, that you're asking that we waive the mask requirement. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. Thank you. I
And then
misspoke
the
on
second
that.
question, because the language on the agenda says mask for athletes for the end of the 2020-2021 school year. My understanding that has come and gone, and then you said season. So when is the end of the 2020-2021 season?
The end of the season, well, starting next week will be once our athletic teams lose a competition. So they start their tournaments next week. Baseball, softball start Monday and Tuesday. Track has their regional on Monday and their sectional on Thursday. So if they do not qualify or if they lose a competition, their season is over. Their regular season is complete at the end of this week.
So through the end of June, would it be safe to say that spring sports will wrap their season?
Yes, that would cover it.
Okay, and then final question, when do we restart, like with camps, et cetera, for fall? 'Cause I just want to make sure we have that clear delineation so we know what we're handling, and then I'm assuming you will come before the board with a proposal to handle that next phase of athletics.
Yeah, our off-season or summer workouts have started under the mask requirement because we are working in the weight room, so all of our students are still masked. We start next week with our basketball summer workouts, and we are planning to be masked until a proposal is brought to the school board.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Vice President Levy?
All right. So when kind of, so even though the guidance by the WIA is dated, they have not given new guidance since they gave this guidance, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So kind of, it's been quite an experience working in schools, receiving guidance and boards giving approval for things to happen. I think that by our actions on Saturday, we showed our responsiveness so that our athletes are not hindered during their competitions. And I think that this kind of, I'm going to ask, I'm assuming that the reason that you still request the use of masks when they're traveling, when they're in congregate environments, is because are they still subject to COVID contact tracing and quarantine protocols and things like that, where athletes, even if they're vaccinated and there's a breakthrough infection or they're identified as a close contact, that they could be disqualified and not allowed to compete because of that?
That is still in effect, yes.
Okay. So, and then the last part is, I think that happened on a golfer on the PGA Tour, was doing a great job, almost winning, and he's a close contact and he can't compete. So the same thing for our student athletes. We don't want that to happen. But like I said, we don't want them to be impeded in their, as they're playing and competing. And then a second part, because people conflate these things, we're addressing athletics and trying to, land the plane here and get into the next school year, but not wanting athletics to impact the normal operations of summer school and everything else. And, well, you guys took masks off there, so why can't you just take them off? Because there's all these other things that people are not thinking about. So as you said, you do have a plan, or you will have a request later for how to handle the next phase of things of activities and things that'll be coming up?
Yes.
Okay. About when might that come, just to?
Well, I'd like to do it sooner than later.
Okay.
So if I could, I'm not sure of the next school board meeting dates or anything like that, but I'd like to do it sooner than later.
Got you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Levy. Does anybody else have a question or a comment at this time?
I do have one comment, if that's okay.
Oh, of course. Yeah, please.
I'd like to give a shout out to our boys golf team. I'm not sure if everyone is aware that the team qualified for the state golf meet, which is next week on the 14th and the 15th. Griffin Overnader shot a 69, which is outstanding. I probably would shoot a 96 myself, but I wanted to mention that because golf is kind of an individual sport, but when you qualify the entire team, and then you win the sectional when you're not supposed to win the sectional, that's a pretty special day, and if you're a golfer, you understand how it might have been one of those days that the ball was just going everywhere you wanted to go. So I want to send a shout out to Coach Clary and Coach Hoy and the golf team for their successful day today and representing Beloit Memorial and advancing to the state meet.
Thank you. No, we really appreciate that, and absolutely, we would love to celebrate that as a school board. We definitely share that appreciation and congratulations. Board Member Wong?
I do have another question, and I think I don't want to belabor this, but it's something that I don't think is going to go away anytime soon, is the vaccination, and for those that have been vaccinated, and the requirements that we are having upon them. And I know that, in the work world, and I know everybody's trying to juggle this and try to figure this out, what's the best way to do it. And the science has been proven that if you're vaccinated, that the chances of you transmitting the disease, I don't know if it's I haven't done all the studying on it, but I know that the risk is far, far less. In fact, I think it's well below 1%. And I guess, how are we going to address this as we go forward? Because it will come up again. And I think as we do have students, especially at the high school level, that have been vaccinated. I don't know what the percentages are, but how are we going to address that? Are we just going to require and just mandate that everybody wear masks regardless of whether you've been vaccinated or not?
I don't want to speak for the high school or the school district or the school board, but I feel that we'll follow whatever our school board and our high school decides. And if they decide that we drop masks and we're fine if you're vaccinated and you can go to school, then athletics will follow suit. So I'm thankfully vaccinated, and I understand your comments. And I feel that in order for this to work and for our community and our district to be on the same page, we have to be right there with it. So I don't think athletics should be any different than anything else as far as if we're wearing masks, if we're not wearing masks. So if the school board decides that we should drop masks, then we will support that and do that. And if they say we are required to wear masks and in order for us to compete, then that's what we'll do, So that's how I feel about it. I know that's how our coaches feel about it, regardless of our personal opinions.
And to your question in terms of vaccinations and all of that, the last report that I had from Rock County Health Department, they are starting to put together data as far as vaccinations based on school district boundaries. By the end of this month, we will have about 36% of our 16 and ups fully vaccinated. And in the first week, and so this data is a couple of weeks old now, the first week of our 12 to 15-year-olds, 9%, just under 9% received their first dose. So they're on track by mid-July to be fully vaccinated. So we have another meeting coming up this Thursday with Rock County Health Department. So I will get updated numbers as far as percentage of vaccinations for us. But indeed, the feedback and the guidance as I presented for a future conversation around next fall is talking about that and using the litmus test of universal access to vaccinations, because we are not in a position nor in the belief of asking people to prove their vaccinations. And even if the state were to move to a stance where the vaccinations would be treated the same as immunizations, we still provide the option as a state for families to opt out of immunizations. And so we could treat individuals with the COVID vaccination in a similar manner as we treat individuals and families who opt out of things like the chickenpox immunization and so forth.
Thank you very much. Board Member Wong, did you have anything else?
No, thank you for the follow-up information, and especially Dr. Kieser, that information too, because I think it is one of those things that eventually it's going to become a personal decision. And, to put it at the same level as immunization, I think is going to, we're seeing that come about. But I just think that, I appreciate the information. I look forward to future conversations about this.
Thank you very much. Board Member Levy?
I was going to move ahead with a motion, but I see Board Member Jacobs has a question, and I don't want to circumvent discussion, so I'm fine with you flipping us.
Thank you. I'll come back. Board Member Jacobs?
Thank you, Board Member Levy. And I'm wondering if my question now is even, if it's out of order, let me know, President Miller. For summers, speaking of masks and athletics, have we decided for sure what we're doing for summer school regarding masks?
So I appreciate the question, Board Member Jacobs, but that's actually not a discussion that we can have since it wasn't publicly noticed.
That's what I thought. So I'll just hush my mouth and
No,
thank
you're
you.
fine.
And you go right on, Board Member Amy Levy.
Okay, sounds good. I do see
Now I
that there.
see two other colleagues with questions.
Yep. So,
sorry?
no, you're great. No, thank you. I appreciate you fielding it anyway, Board Member Jacobs. All right, Vice President Levy?
No, I think that, or a concise statement, just as we tried to visit the issue on Saturday and things kind of expanded, so we said, hey, this is what we're going to do on Saturday, and then we'll bring it back. So here we're talking about athletics, but it's also expanding. And so as we get ready to, Board Member Levy is going to craft a motion, I think that that's the part of, of creep into other things that'll take us farther than where we want to be at in certain times and places. All these things are pressing, but you don't have to buy trouble ahead of us before we get there.
Thank you, Vice President Levy. Board Member Wong?
We touch on it a little bit here, and I know it does talk about it in the WIA guidelines. What about coaches? And if especially, and it talks about indoor and outdoor. I was at the golf tournament today, and I was talking to Coach Clary, and he and Coach Hoy both had their mask on throughout the entire event. And we were social distancing, and I was just kind of curious on that as far as the mandate on that.
Well, we have followed, the coaches are, and spectators for that matter, are masked all times. And right now we're looking at just student athletes and coaches remaining to be masked.
You said spectators at all times?
That's what we've had all spring. spectators and coaches.
Through conference play, right?
Yes. Well,
Yes.
we've only been playing conference play. Yes. Yes.
Right, so we're going to say the same thing for spectators going forward as well through the playoffs or through the sectionals, regional sectionals and state? Well,
Let me think about my ask right now. I don't know. I think that's a tough one. Coaches and spectators. Well, I think we should. I'm gonna bring back my ask, and I'm going to ask us to drop the mask for coaches, spectators, and student athletes moving forward to the end of June. That would be what I would ask.
Thank you.
All right, Vice President Levy.
Kind of goes with that. Is that during the, like, at a golf event, the athletes are competing, it could be, if you're a coach, even when the athletes are competing, you may be walking the course with them, but how does the WIA treat them as spectators, or they walk the field also? And
For our coaches, like in golf,
yeah,
they usually keep their social distance. The only time that they get close maybe is I think is in the tee box maybe. I don't know the specific rules for golf and when a coach can talk to the student athlete or not. But for the most part, especially in golf, for a majority of our spring sports right now, the coaches are pretty social distance during competitions.
right. I mean, because my thought is even though it wasn't explicitly asked, is that if you're coaching kids and they're on the field of play or the track or wherever, and they have their mask off because they're competing, that is kind of implied, not explicit. But even for the ask that you just considered, that still does that encompass still that when they're in competition their masks are off, but the travel to and other aspects they are masked as a district policy is?
Yes.
Okay.
Was that all, Vice President Levy?
Yeah, and then so at the last part, and some of this is because no one's policing all of that, and it'll be an issue if there's an issue, meaning if someone was unmasked and they were infected and that caused someone to be disqualified. But in general, I don't know, this is maybe a question of administrative practice. If say the coaches were not masked today, because on Saturday we removed the mask requirement for the athlete, I mean, would that have been a big deal, yes or no, or is that just probably the discretion of the coaches to remain masked at that time?
Is it a big deal? It's not a big deal. It is a conversation that I've had with coaches to make sure that we remain masked, but that was prior to Saturday's decision. But yes, it's a conversation, but it's not a big. It's not a big deal.
Thank you. Vice President Levy, was that all? Or do you have a follow-up? Okay. All right. Board Member Levy?
Board Member Delgado has her hand up.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. I'm sorry, I should have put a question in there instead of the hand. Yeah, so just out of clarity, is your request being done for just and I'm thinking that probably we're only dealing with the outside sports right now?
Correct.
So it's only relatable to outside sports?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Board Member Delgado. Board Member Levy?
Before I share my motion, I do have a quick question. Mr. Beard, who is currently regulating spectators and whether they are masked or unmasked in the phase of competition that we're in now?
Well, what the WIA has in place right now is that we monitor who's in the stadium and who's not, and so our numbers are significantly reduced, and our spectators have been keeping their social distance in the bleachers. When it comes to the mask, I will be honest. Once the WIA has come out with their new information. The number of unmasked spectators has increased. Before it was, we were pretty solid with the mask. Even sometimes we didn't let spectators in if they did not have a mask. But that was early on. I mean, now that's almost like ancient history, you know, with where we were in April or in February. So who monitors that? I monitor that. My game managers monitor that whenever we have, especially when we're here on campus for soccer and track.
Okay, thank you. I move approval to waive the mask requirement for students during outdoor competition only for the remainder of the 2020-2021 spring sports season.
We have a motion. Go ahead.
Can I request an amendment? I mean, we talked about coaches and spectators too. I don't know if we need to include that in this language as well.
I would receive a friendly amendment to approve coaches during competition only, but if I'm understanding Mr. Beard correctly, we're not policing, for lack of a better term, the spectators anyway, and I just don't want to craft a motion that includes people that we logistically don't have jurisdiction over.
I would agree wholeheartedly with that, but I would like to include the coaches in that as a friendly amendment.
Perfect. So the motion will read, thank you, Board Member Wong, move approval to waive the mask requirement for students and coaches during outdoor competition only for the remainder of the 2020-2021 spring sports season.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion at this time? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Is there any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us tonight and field our questions, Mr. Beard, and thanks again for raising up our golf team. Appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thanks, you too. All right, that concludes item 4G that was moved to the top, bringing us to item 4A, Policy 171, Regular Board Meetings, First Reading. Board Member Levy, since you are the chair for policy, would you mind taking over items 4A through 4F with Dr. Kieser?
Absolutely. So if everyone is agreeable, I would like to set a ground rule for this discussion. In the interest of time, we want to show you these policies just to make sure that everyone is on the same page of what we are looking at with respect to the restructuring. In the interest of time, we ask that all questions and comments, adjustment in the policy, please email them to me and copy Board Secretary Shope. I will make sure that all of your feedback is incorporated, and all of these policies that we are going to overview this evening will return back to the full board on June 22nd for a second and final reading, hopefully before these policies are approved and go into effect July 1st. So if that is agreeable to everyone, we're going to walk you through the highlights. Please take notes, submit those to myself, copy Secretary Shope, and we will make sure that everything is included. Also, just a key note, I'm probably telling you something you already know. You can look at draft agendas and make sure that those policies are attached and the verbiage that you requested is the way it should be. So hopefully that'll streamline our meeting on the 22nd. Everyone good with that? All right, perfect. So for policy 171, regular board meetings, there are no major changes. We are just shifting from the second and fourth Tuesday to the first and third Tuesday, and then towards the bottom under bullet A, we are changing business meeting to regular board meeting. Just so we're consistent, sometimes it says business, sometimes it says regular. We're going to go with regular. All right. Moving on to standing board committees, policy 185. There are several things that are removed here, so please pay attention to things that are outlined in red. Starting at the top, there are 5 standing committees because policy and personnel is being broken down into policy and human resource, and we also included governance. So that's where the 5 are coming from. The names are changing to reflect the work that is happening in each of these committees. So planning/budget is now business operations and finance, and we also included the meeting time, the meeting date, and the time is there. If the time is something you would not like to have included, please include that in that email. We did include it for now. Oversight and finance is shifting to teaching, learning, equity, and pupil services. Again, the date is there to correspond with that calendar. Remember, this came to the board for feedback before it went to the committee so that we made sure we were doing what you said you wanted. So we are going to have meetings on that first week and third week of the month. Policy is shifted off of Tuesday and on to Wednesday to create that intentional lag. So when we make changes to policy, you have time before it comes to the board for a first and second reading. All right. And then that's 2 pages. Again, anything in red that's struck through is scheduled for omission. Anything in green is new. So please make sure that you read through those on your own time and provide any feedback. That brings us to policy 185.1, currently planning and budget. We're looking to shift this policy to business operations and finance. So what happened is anything that was date related with planning and budget, it's now theme related. So business operations and finance, that is reflected in the red and struck through verbiage. Will be removed, green will be included. And just a heads up, that was a combination of planning and budget and oversight because that's chronological. This is more in line with a theme. So please take a look at that. If you have any issues, please email Copying Secretary Shope. Policy 185.2, Oversight and Finance, which is shifting to Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services. Same concept. Things that were relevant to Oversight and Finance, which is moved to Business Operations and Finance, are struck through in red. Things that are relevant from that other committee have been brought over, and you'll find those items in green. So please do go ahead. There was a slight verbiage change under the purpose to study and evaluate, to optimize, to provide. We wanted to be intentional about including students, teachers, and community stakeholders. Moving on to policy 185.4, currently policy and personnel shifting towards policy committee. Again, this committee is going to meet on the first and third week on first and third week on Tuesdays. It will be a policy, first and third weeks shifting to Wednesday, which will give that lag time. A lot of the information is being omitted because that's going to move to human resources, which is a committee of the whole. Is going to meet right before the regular board meeting. So we tweaked the policy, the purpose a little bit. That information is included. Our main function will be to review the master policy logbook on a 5-year calendar cycle. And Dr. Kieser has been really great about bringing a schedule of policies. The committee will still have time to provide feedback, and then we'll work everything out in committee happening on Wednesdays. So that brings us to Human Resource Committee Policy 185.5. And let me just go back to my notes from our policy committee because there were some changes. So please look at what's on the screen, but I will read you the notes. My concern was that the expectation should not be that this committee will approve everything that is brought to the committee. So the verbiage has changed slightly. For purpose, it will now read to review, approve, or deny all personnel items brought to the committee. And then that second bullet point at the bottom will read review, approve, or deny the superintendent's personnel recommendations. Just to be clear that the board is not a rubber stamp, we definitely want to work with the administration to make sure that our business is handled efficiently, but I wasn't comfortable with saying our role is to review and approve. because sometimes that won't be the case. All right, that brings us through policies A through F. Hopefully that run through was helpful. You know what to be on the lookout when you review them on your personal time. Please do, if you have questions, comments, concerns, email those to me, copying Secretary Shope. We will work together to make sure we include all of your feedback, and those policies A through F will be coming back to the full board on June 22nd.
Thank you so much, Board Member Levy. Really appreciate the overview. Before we take, the action recommended is to pass for first reading. So before we do that, does anybody have any questions or comments that you want to ask right now rather than forward on to Ms. Shope? Go ahead.
It's not a question, but more of a comment. I would like to thank you for the work that you've done putting into this and making it very thorough and concise and being efficient about it. Thanks.
My pleasure. It was a team effort.
Thank you so much. All right, would anybody like to make a motion at this time to pass those policies for first read?
There's a question in the chat.
Thanks, I didn't notice that. Board Member Jacobs?
That's okay, President Miller. I just stuck it in there. I would just like to echo Board Member Wong's statements regarding Board Members Levy's work. I knew you would make an excellent chairperson, and I think it's very well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Team effort.
Well, I'll sneak in before Vice President Levy and just echo that as well. Vice President Levy?
As we're getting ready to make this motion, this is the results of the work that started in the Governance Committee, and when we had that meeting, and then worked out of that committee into the Policy and Personnel Committee, and then presented to the full board tonight. That's the process. It takes time, but when we work together, this is where we can be at. I think this is a good practice, and I'm proud of our board and where we're at this moment.
Thank you, Vice President Levy. I fully concur. Go ahead.
All right, I move approval of policies listed under action items A through G for a second reading by the full board on June 22nd.
A second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and I do see there is some discussion before we vote. Go ahead, Dr. Kieser.
No discussion, just simply echoing the sentiments that Vice President Levy had just shared in terms of process and the forward progress that we're making as far as putting a process together. So thank you to all who participated and got us to this point.
And again, I will echo those sentiments. Any further discussion at this time? Seeing and hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes unanimously, which brings us to our last, I guess just about our last topic, which is our retreat piece here. And so the objective here for this, the remainder of the meeting, is to set a vision and purpose for the board in order to establish a common foundation to build a sustaining, constructive, and respectful board culture centered on improving student learning and wellness in our district. So that is what we are leaning into, and of course we aren't going to accomplish all of that fabulous work today, but this we're going to take some next steps in that direction. And to begin, I'd like to shift onto item 5A, which is just a brief review of our agreements. I would like to point out that when we last met for a board retreat, it was March, and it was prior to our newly seated board, and so we will be meeting again to have a similar meeting where we do kind of establish, review these agreements, make sure they're still germane to the group that we have. For the purpose of the conversation this evening, I'll just review where we left off with the expectations that they'll continue to grow with our board as we continue to grow. So at our March retreat, we, if you'll recall, we took some moments to value each other, and I hope that we can all kind of bring those to mind this evening, and I look forward to the next time when we can do that so we can make Vice President Levy feel awesome. We also discussed the meeting agreements listed below, where we left off was to use constructive language, to keep conversations at our meetings focused on issues, and that those issues should be centered on students. And the third agreement was to assume the best of each other. So I just kind of wanted to ground us in those agreements and those, again, that similar discussion will come back at our next board retreat. And then attached there for our purposes, just for some kind of passive board development, I brought up the same article that I did before, which is the, through the NSBA, the 8 characteristics of effective school boards piece. So that's there for your use. So then moving on, because we will, again, at a longer retreat piece, revisit those and again, make them germane to the current group that we have. We're moving on then to item 5B, which is meeting efficiency. So we already just moved forward in terms of some of the committee pieces that we talked about, but the first item on there I wanted to discuss that was brought up in our governance committee meeting was to just work through with the board about including time allotments on our agendas. So I know, I mean, that seems like a pretty easy one, but I wanted to open that up for some discussion and feedback so that as we move forward, Dr. Kieser and Ms. Shope and I can make sure to reflect exactly what the board would like. I know Board Member Wong and Vice President Levy, you had a lot of opinions on this. Would either of you like to start off the conversation here? Vice President Levy well, I mean, it's open up for anybody. Just go ahead and use the chat. But just basically, we'd like to put next to each item like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. What I'm curious about is if anybody has strong opinions on how long those items should be. All right, go ahead, Vice President Levy, followed by Board Member Wong.
I'm toggling between the screens and trying to see. I understand the intent of a time to help guide. I think that sometimes it's a nice scaffold to keep people in a place. But I think that sometimes with some of these issues, things are they're going to take the time that they take. I don't, having an artificial time horizon to shape things in, it's like a training wheel to me. I think in general, if you look at how our meetings are set up, and if it's a presentation, coming to some standard expectation of like a presentation to the board, the parameters is about, it'll be about, 5 minutes, 7 minutes. There's different things that as people are presenting, if that is uniform, as the superintendent has his staff present or other things are happening, that'll create that space. And then I think, everyone wants to get out as early as possible. But the things that take time, take time. It's just my thought.
Thank you very much, Vice President Levy. Board Member Wong?
I'm much in favor of this. I think that I don't disagree with what you've said, Board Member Levy, about things are going to take their time. But I think that we have to be putting parameters from the get-go. And I think that administration needs to know from the very start what the expectation is. Because when you sit in these chairs for 4 to 5 hours on a given night, to me, that is ridiculous. And that just screams inefficiency. And that is one major reason why I think that people look at this and they look at the dysfunction of our district over time, and they see that these meetings are dragging out for hours on end and literally what is getting done. So I think that if we're going to be professional about how we're approaching the meetings, and I think we're off to a very good start tonight with some of the discussion that we've had and the direction we're going. I think the governance committee, we've come up with some good ideas. I think the committee restructuring has been good. But I definitely think that we need to be holding administration accountable for the timelines that we have for all presentations. And that way, it makes sure that people are coming in fully prepared to be able to answer any and all questions that will be addressed to them.
Thank you very much, Board Member Wong. Board Member Jacobs?
Thank you. I agree with what both Board Member Wong and Vice President Levy has said. Everyone knows how I feel about when we go past 10. We have to keep in mind we do need to get more efficient at our time and we're working toward that, and I'm really pleased about that and feel good about that. And I'm sure the public feels good about that because they're in bed while we're still up. And I don't feel we're doing our due diligence to the community when we go so late. So I'm really excited moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Board Member Jacobs. Vice President Levy?
One idea, people mention speed of trust. When there's speed of trust, when there's trust, as people work together, and it takes time and experiences for people to develop that trust, and there's many different facets or components to trust, like a technical competence or even like a personal ethic and integrity. But in healthy organizations, certain things move fastly because that trust is there and that work together. So my question would be like, and it takes time to develop that. I celebrate all these 6-0, 7-0 votes that we make because I think it does paint a different picture of who the 7 of us are as board members versus dysfunctions that are described in the past. So even as we're trying to craft our preferred future, and there's not a shortage of people or newspaper editorials that tell you what they think about us, but I celebrate the things that we are doing. So as we continue to move forward, the question I would have is like, and as far as like with the administration making presentations, if you're not given a rubric to follow to understand how long things are going to take, then that's that. And then the questions that they receive afterwards, that adds to the length. So I don't think it's, to me, it's not about like that our administrators take too long to make presentations because, they're just presenting what they thought was asked. If you set aside 10 minutes, what happens when we go past the 10 minutes? I mean, so that's the point to me about, like I said, if we have in general a time frame and like in the end for a consensus, I wouldn't argue about it. If we're going to stick 10 minutes next to number 1, I'm just saying that if it goes past 10 minutes, what are we going to do? So for consensus, I can move on. But when it takes longer than 10 minutes, what do we do? So.
Vice President Levy, may I just ask a clarifying question? If we talk about the time allotment, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So like, let's say we have something set aside for 10 minutes, the presentation maybe for 10 minutes. So like if the presentation's done in 6.5 minutes and then we discuss it for 15, I don't think anybody's talking about holding an administrator accountable for us discussing something for 15 minutes. But I wanted to clear, is that where you're at?
I mean, just take an example that you gave. If there's 15 minutes to make a presentation and they only use 6, but we discuss for 15 minutes afterwards, 6 plus 15, 21 minutes. Was this intended to be a 15-minute item or a 21-minute item? So, like I said, for consensus purposes, if we decided to stick time limits next to them on the agenda, like number 1 where it says agenda to include time allotments, if there was a parentheses and it said 10 minutes there, I mean, I'm not going to object to that, to, have the meeting go into 10 o'clock tonight, arguing about that. But with the example that you just gave, you can put a time limit there and it's going to go. I think that if the expectation, the rubric, the understanding that we developed with the superintendent, and as he makes and he informs the staff, the administrative team under him, that you got about 15 minutes to make this presentation, that's what you should be aiming for. I think that if people were routinely going for half an hour and 30 minutes, then that would be something they would address. So, but to me, like I said, if we stick a number there, that happens. But the number itself in a parentheses is not going to change what happens. And just want people to be understanding about that part of it.
I appreciate you clarifying, and I much more fully understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate it. I'm so sorry, Dr. Kieser, followed by Board Member Delgado.
Thank you, and Vice President Levy, you took a lot of where my thought process was at. I too think about the time allotment as a scaffold, and when I think of time allotment, I'm thinking in totality, because when I meet, and as we talk about a new scaffold or a new approach to setting agendas, sitting down with the board president for the regular board meetings, with committee chairs for the committees, having realistic and saying, okay, based on our past experiences, this is a big conversation. It's going to take an hour. The presentation could take 10 minutes, but we know we're going to spend an hour talking about it. There's no sense in us, if we're going to use the time allotment, it is a scaffold because it helps us dictate how much we're going to put on an agenda, because there's no sense in putting 12 10-minute items on an agenda if 6 of those items are going to be an hour discussion each. I appreciate the comment around the book Speed of Trust. It is a good book, and I believe strong teams the foundation is built on trust, and trust is vulnerability, and that vulnerability is us as a team having that conversation. So I think I like your idea of the scaffold, and I think using that as a starting point to have that conversation and say, as the team putting together the agenda and bringing it to the committee or to the full board, if we see that we put something on there for an hour, we're anticipating deep, vibrant discussions. If it goes over, I think one thing that we haven't discussed, and it'll be learning on all of our parts, is at some point the conversation needs to be curtailed, and having an understanding universally that says, we thought this was going to take an hour, we are now going into an hour and a half. We need to either call the question, we need to postpone the discussion, we need to do something, but we have to move forward in order for us to build that meeting efficiency. And I'll just kind of close on the same thing of reframing it as not one or the other. I like the inclusive language that we've started to use as us as a team, and really thinking of it as not administration and board, but as the school district, and building these agendas collaboratively, even if the collaboration is me as the spokesperson for the presenters coming forward.
Thank you, Dr. Kieser. Board Member Delgado, followed by Board Member Levy.
Dr. Kieser actually, touched on a lot of different points that I was thinking about going along with what Vice President Levy was stating. I actually, and this is only my style, this is my preference, so I'll speak for myself. From a time management standpoint, I do like to have times because I think it holds us accountable. The other thing too, I think it makes us be more prepared to come into meetings and, already have everything analyzed. And I think it would allow us to follow more our guidelines and our rules as far as, having questions prior time, sending those questions to administration if there's anything pressing that you really want to ask, that it might take a little bit more time. I think by having those time, and I'm not saying that it necessarily holds us to that time, like, written in a rock, it doesn't state that, I think it's more so for our own personal, time management, to hold yourself accountable that, okay, if you know that you have questions, send them in ahead of time. I don't know, for me, it works a lot better, but like I said, that's my personal preference. That's how I work. Knowing myself, that's how I do better, and I excel, when I have those time limit guidelines. If we know that there's an issue that is going to be, more time consuming, that there's going to be a lot of discussion, I think it allows us to set that time. And just going back on experience for what had happened on previous board meetings where we go on for hours and hours on one topic, I think that if we hold to that time limit, we can either make that decision of either suspending that topic and bringing it back to the next meeting. Sometimes when we get into discussions and we don't reach consensus, things get kind of heated. And I don't think it's appropriate for us to make any type of decisions when we're into that point. So for me, my preference is to have time limits.
Thank you very much for your thoughts, Board Member Delgado. Board Member Levy, followed by Board Member Wong.
All right. So I am in favor of having a time limit for the presentation and also for discussion. And it is up to the chair, if it's a committee or the board president, to call it. And we either move it to the next meeting or we wrap it up.
Thank you very much for your thoughts and comments, Board Member Levy. Board Member Wong.
I'm going to echo what the last two just said. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly with what was mentioned there. I think it's going to force preparation, professionalism from board members that we probably have not seen in a long time. So, yeah, that's.
Thank you. And it looks like everybody, I believe everybody's had a chance to weigh in on this. I'll just double check with Board Member Jacobs. Are you good?
I am. Thank you for asking.
Certainly. Thank you. All right. So I want to make sure that I understand where I just want to summarize and clarify that we have consensus where we all are at before we move on to the next item. What I'm hearing is that we're in favor of committee chairs, meeting chairs, whether it's committee or regular board meeting, right? Is that our policy language now? To set time limits on all of our agendas and to be the enforcers of accountability on those time limits. And so I just want to clarify too with everybody involved on our team that if we're calling it, it's not out of any disrespect to the value of what other people would like to continue to bring forward. It's out of respect for this protocol. So is everybody good with that at this point?
So I have a question.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I can, like I said, so we'll, as we prepare agendas with the superintendent, we'll put like time allotments for that are inclusive of the presentation and the conversation we think will be generated afterwards. And that's a guide of how much we should actually put on the agenda. And then let's say a topic is we're chewing on it for an hour or however long. At some point in time, the committee chair will make an act. Well, you know, so what as a committee chair, like just how long are we working? Just a consensus in a space, because I like what Board Member Delgado said about, you know, topics can inflame passions, but as you said, we don't want to. Well, let's call the vote in a rude manner that, you know, that kind of discredits or detracts from collegiality. So if it's understood that, like, we won't let something go on for an hour and a half, we're going to decide to postpone it or we're going to, you know, vote. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is our space? Is it like one thing talked about for an hour? It's time for the committee chair to do something? I just kind of want to come to that consensus too, because I think it's helpful where we're at.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Board Member Levy.
I just think we trust the God of the adult professionals in the room. Here's the thing. If you have your allotment, check in with the people on your committee or on the full board. Are we able to make a decision? Do we need to postpone this and put in a date? And I think at this point we're overthinking it. Check the temperature of the room. If we can wrap it up, go for it. If not, we postpone it to the next meeting.
Thank you very much for your thoughts, Board Member Levy. Dr. Kieser?
I can't add anything more than what Board Member Levy said. The only other comment that I was going to make in terms of the tools that are allotted within Robert's rules is not meant to stifle, but it is a tool to move from discussion into action. So whether the concern for using the term calling the question after the time limit has expired is not a detractor to say it has to be decided. The calling the question could also be calling the question to be moved to the next committee meeting. So I think we also have to be thinking expansively in terms of what the provided to us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kieser. All right, we've got, it looks like Vice President Levy, followed by Board Member Wong.
There's a lot of time, there's a discussion, it's gone on for a while. Temperature check with the people on your committee, which is a normal, that will be developed by those people that are on that committee. And then using our Robert's Rules tools to move to the next calling, which may be postponing or moving to the next meeting or actually deciding. Okay, I think I know what to do as a committee chair.
Thank you. That was an outstanding summary. Board Member Wong?
I don't know if I heard it or not, or if I didn't, I apologize, but are we going to say that the committee chairs are going to be the ones that work with administration when developing the agenda to set those time allotments prior to the meeting?
I believe that you would be working with Dr. Kieser, but I don't think anything would preclude any administrator from joining in those discussions.
Okay, that's all I needed, thanks.
No, great clarification. So what I'm hearing at this point, which was already very beautifully wrapped up by Vice President Levy, is it sounds like if everybody's on the same page with what Vice President Levy's last comment was, I believe that we're ready to move on. But I do want to take a pause and just one last check before we move forward. Are we good? Excellent. So right, we did not meet the allotted time because up until this moment, it was not part of our official practices here, but we will be able to do that going forward. So I'm very excited about that. The next piece was just the committee cadence, but I believe that Board Member Levy covered that in her overview of policy. I actually just want to check in with you, Board Member Levy, or I guess leave it up to other board members. Does anybody have questions, comments, or thoughts about the time and the order of how items, I guess, district business works its way productively through committee? And I see that Dr. Kieser has a question mark. So go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to, because we had two kind of models that were floated out there, and I will start with the one that personally I believe that my sense is that's where we are, but I won't make the assumption until after the conversation, that we believe that the work should be done at the committee level. So as we move through the work at the committee level, that we would make sure that there is always that space when we have major decisions, major action decisions that need to be made, that we would be presenting up front, ahead, letting the committee know that action item will be asked at the next committee meeting. Therefore, with the cadence that we are proposing with the calendar, there would be that 4-week interval, and there would be a report out by the committee chair to the full board, giving all board members opportunity to be aware of and ask questions of any presentation that will come to action at the committee structure. That way, once it is done at the committee, it can go to the consent agenda at the regular board meeting that night. The competing model would be an alteration to what we're currently doing, which is we make decisions at the committee level, and then instead of going to consent agenda that very night, it would go to the consent agenda at the next regular board meeting. So if it was a first week committee, it'd go to the third week board and so forth. I believe the first one is the one that we've talked about the most, but I'll let the conversation go from there with that context.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kieser. Vice President Levy.
Yes, I think that what you described in the committee structure, not the structures, but the issues worked on in the committee, and then it comes out. There was a different aspect, because I thought we were kind of, or I think I want to combine the two, so that there's action in a committee on the first week. The committee meets, there's a report out of what took place at the next regular meeting. Now, is that the meeting that's the same night?
So let's take tonight's oversight meeting just as an example. So if there was an action item that we were going to be making at the oversight committee, we would bring it to the oversight tonight, previewing it and saying at in July's Oversight Committee, we want action on this, and we would present it. So then we would have that 4-week period between this committee and July's committee where the action item will be voted on and then brought to consent at that very night's meeting. So there would be that month. If we tried to combine the two, there would actually be a 2-month window before things get moved to the full board for action.
I think I was on the place where one of the things that we had talked about, and these are concepts, where we said, like, in the committee meeting, let's say if it was strategic plan, the first time that it showed up, it'd be strategic plan, it would be discussed. No action would happen other than the discussion. The meeting, that topic would come back again at the next committee meeting, and let's say if it was approved, then at that point, that night from the committee, it's going to go to the consent agenda.
Correct.
Okay.
And that way,
because there was a report out in the middle.
There's a report out in the middle, because we'll have a full month in between.
So that's why we don't need the space after to make it come a month later.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that discussion. Board Member Levy.
So if I'm understanding correctly, and we'll use Oversight and Finance, so something was discussed in Oversight and Finance now, does that report out only happen with the Oversight and Finance Committee, or would theoretically Vice President Levy would give a kind of update to the full board and say, this is what is coming for the consent agenda for next month? Similar to what I did with policy and personnel. It's a, here it is, let me know what you need, and then we're going to finalize it on the 22nd. Is that accurate?
Yeah, yes, with the only caveat that it would be going to committee first for action, and then if approved there, go to consent that night.
Right, but the committee chair would announce it at full board, so everyone, not just the committee, could weigh in, knowing that next month it's going to consent agenda.
Correct.
Perfect. How will that work with policy? Perfect example. The way we currently did things made me very uncomfortable, because if you are not on policy and personnel committee, like that human resource policy, we changed. What we would have normally done is just send that to consent agenda. So there was never time to review the changes that were made. Now, if everything is approved with the restructuring, policy will be on the first and third Wednesday. So let's say policy meets that first Wednesday. There's no report out to the full board that evening before it shows up on the third Tuesday. So for policy, is there a slightly different plan? And I think we might have some wiggle room since we meet twice in a month. So if policy meets that first Wednesday, does the report to the full committee happen that third Wednesday? And then the first Tuesday of the next month, that's when it's on consent agenda. Is that the plan?
We could do that, or we could work together and put it as part of my weekly board update so that we could do a report in between, because that goes to the full board, and be able to still do the report out on the third Tuesday regular board meeting, but we could give the heads up to the full board ahead of time.
So two things. One, then just so everyone's aware, which I'm fine with, that would give for policy a 2-week window, where if it's teaching and learning or business ops, you have a 1-month window. So I just want everyone to be clear of that. And if we could just be vulnerable and transparent, does everyone read the weekly bulletins? If no, you got to yell, I don't read them, because that's going to throw off the plan.
Board Member Levy, the only caveat that I'll say is that we have to have 2 consecutive board meetings, so it would still give that 1-month window, because even if we report out, it would be and voted on at consent agenda, it's still a first read. There would still be time for adjustments before the second read the following month.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board Member Wong?
First of all, Ms. Shope was shaking her head on something, so I wanted to get clarification on that unless I was maybe missing something. But that was one thing I wanted to point out. But regardless of what we decide to do, I would highly recommend that we have a visual aid on this. And I know it sounds very elementary, but I mean, give everybody a chart so everybody has a firm understanding as far as what's going on, whether it's a new hire, new administrator, new board member.
No, thank you. Ms. Shope, go ahead.
So the thing I was shaking my head on is I'm not sure that the understanding of when the report out and how the report out is happening for the committee chair was clear. My understanding was that the committee chair would report out at the third Tuesday regular board meeting, like we typically have on the fourth Tuesday board meeting, where we haven't been verbally reporting those out. We've been typing those up and having people just kind of hit highlights or knowing that the report is there, as opposed to what Amy Levy, board member, did tonight with her policies. And I believe she was asking the question just now if the report out was going to be a verbal report out during the meeting like she did tonight with the policies, which is why I was shaking my head, because I felt like Dr. Kieser was saying yes to that, but I didn't think that was the original intent.
Thank you for clarifying. So I just want to give props to Dr. Kieser, who literally right now I believe is making us a visual aid. And just to buy him some time, I'll just report out from my understanding coming out of our last governance committee meeting would be that something comes to committee first for information only. And a lot of that work is done at that committee meeting. Whatever the outcome of that discussion is, wherever they leave things off, right, the people who are doing the work in the committee chair then would give a verbal Amy Levy-esque as of tonight update on here are action items that are going to be forthcoming for action, right? I said that kind of redundantly, for the next committee meeting. So now round 2 committee meeting, after a verbal and much more thorough report out has happened at a regular board meeting, now we're coming back for action after the board members have been able to like give input and weigh in on that piece. So there's like enough, that's what Dr. Kieser I think was saying, where there's like enough of a gap for that discussion and that work to happen. Then the action item goes forward at the second committee meeting and then would go on that evening's consent agenda, but can of course always be pulled off if necessary for further full board discussion. So Dr. Kieser, I'm going to hand it off to you, and then I'm going to, Vice President Levy, are you okay with me letting Dr. Kieser kind of go over his visual aid here, or do you have something you want to jump in with quick? You go ahead.
He can do the aid first, and I'll come afterwards.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just want to make sure you know I saw you there. Okay.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I ask one other quick question? Is in the original plan, was policy personnel supposed to meet twice a month?
In the original plan, there was, the policy, and then like we split it up. So like personnel recs are a committee of the full board right before the business meeting.
Right. But again, I believe that board member Amy Levy was saying policy would meet twice a month? Or was I misunderstanding that tonight?
I think she corrected herself when we were going through policy because she's a couple of times, but I don't want to speak for board member Levy, so.
I'm just trying to keep it all straight since I have to set up all of these agendas and get the templates going. So that's why I'm trying to keep it all straight.
The calendar that I have up is the calendar that we talked about.
Okay.
So this is the structure. So think of 2 consecutive months. So we'll start on the left and we'll work to the right. So where I have business, and I'm picking on business, finance, and operations because it was. All right. So this we have an item that is going to come for a vote. Okay, major item. We're going to spend $300,000 to do X, Y, and Z. So we make a presentation saying that next month we want the committee to vote on $300,000 XYZ project. So at that, we have that presentation at this board meeting, could even be at this board meeting, but at least at this board meeting, there's a report out of all the committee activity. So at this point, at the very least, all board members have an opportunity to be aware of and still ask questions of this $300,000 XYZ project that's coming before the committee next month. So then the next month, we come back to committee. The committee, let's assume, approves $300,000 XYZ project, and then it would go to the board consent agenda item that very evening. That is a full month window for presentation, questioning, updates, and so forth. And if it is a major project, there might even be some pre-work that is done there. So does that help?
Dr. Kieser, again, want to thank you for taking the time to on the fly put that together for us. Really appreciate it. Vice President Levy.
Okay, so I don't have a chart, but in the first committee meeting, I'm going to, for example, we have a presentation about a strategic plan. Thinking about all the norms we just discussed, it's being talked about. The action is that it's gonna come back next month, or it's gonna come back at the next meeting. There's 2 meetings in a month, so it goes to the second meeting. It's talked about, and then temperature check, and it's gonna come back again. It goes to the third meeting. All right, now there's an action, and the committee has approved it. I think this is the space, so at this point, when the committee approves it, then there's a regular meeting, within minutes or hours. But then whatever was approved in that committee goes to the consent agenda. And so this might sound like a lot, but I'm not for it going to the consent agenda that night. I like what happened, like with this governance idea and how these things came forward, but that at that meeting, understanding, I think for a committee chair to understand that when something comes out of committee, you've got a responsibility to inform the other board members, like Board Member Levy did with the policies as an example. That's, and then I would like to say that instead of hitting the consent agenda at that space, even though we as a committee, it was a 3-0 vote and that's how it got here, we support it. But that night when it goes, I don't know where the other board members are at if they've been following that issue. So when it hits the consent agenda, they may not be as prepared to speak or have followed that process. So if it goes on the consent agenda, not at the meeting that night, but at the next meeting, that kind of gives us a place to gauge their questions and everything else. And then when it comes back around, because we're only talking about the first or third, things are going to happen on the first or third. So if I'm at the first meeting and then that's where it hits, it got approved in committee, I'm going to give an update to say, hey guys, we approved this in committee. Here's a breakdown of what was approved. You're not going to see that tonight, but you're going to see that at the next meeting on the 3rd. I kind of prefer that space with time to breathe and think about what you're going to see.
May I jump in with it? So, Board Member Levy, based on that, if we were to move from the consent agenda to the 3rd week, that would be a 2-month process. And what would be different with the regular board members if we approve it on this second Tuesday or second month Tuesday committee meeting, and that 3rd week that wouldn't happen during that entire 4-week period in between announcing that we're asking for an action and actually taking the action.
So the thing that I'm thinking about is just like tonight when we move the strategic plan out of our committee, I think that today that was something that could have got, if I could have did a temperature check, it might have got rested or could have been a contentious vote. Anyway, so we decided and we moved 3-0 to move our strategic plan out of committee because that's going to put it before the board, the full 7. It did not come to committee tonight because it did not have the automatic consent agenda trigger. So that's why we have a chance to talk about this right now. But I think the difference is although 3 board members may have been in agreement, unanimous agreement to move something out, that once that item gets to all 7 board members, it's not a guarantee that it's going to make it that night. And so I think and for me, what I'm thinking about is because you don't know what's going to make out of committee or not, and then when something ends up on the consent agenda, it's like it's there, but you wouldn't have known that it was going to, I mean, it's listed on the agenda, but you don't know if it's going to get there or not. That would be the difference, because just because it gets to the full board, I don't know what that time span or how the deliberations will take place. So that's the kind of space that when I'm thinking about this model that we're looking at, how this governance stuff has moved, and like Board Member Levy has made this presentation that says, hey, this is this and that, I understand that the next time around this thing is coming, like I think we're going to end up approving those things. But that space in between gives room. Some things will take a long time, some things will take short, because it all depends on how fast something moves through the committee and that understanding. So it's not to like lengthen out the process, but I think that like as we're getting in tune and how things kind of work, we'll see where things are at.
All right, thank you very much for your comments, Vice President Levy. I believe, let me make sure I'm in the right place in the chat. Are we at Board Member Levy, followed by Board Member Delgado, followed by Dr. Kieser? Is that correct? Okay.
All right, I have the solution. Everybody ready? Ready. Thank you, Dr. Kieser, for the visual aid. Let's say something is happening in business operations and finance. Let me back up. Just like we have a standing agenda item for public comment, we should have a standing agenda item for chair report out. And this might be able to do away, I'm not talking about the traditional 4th Tuesday, submit your report and attach it. Not that those weren't great, but I don't know how relevant and useful they were. So yes, we're going to do away with that. New day. We are going to have standing agenda item for committee chair report out. So if something happens in business ops and finance, you report out that evening. It's never going to come to consent agenda the same night. You report out that evening and say on next month, 1st Tuesday, we are going to have action on this. If something happens in policy, this is going to be the only difference. You'll only have 2 weeks. You won't have the full month like the other committees. Because if something happens in policy that first week, I'm going to report out at the 3rd Tuesday meeting, and then it's going to happen 2 weeks from there at the next meeting. So for policy, you'll have 2 weeks. For the other 2 committees, you'll have a full month, and nothing will move to consent the same night it's decided on in committee. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Board Member Levy. Board Member Delgado?
I think that that's a great plan. But just going back to Vice President Levy, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but this is how I have visioned, the process, even the current one that it's going on. That anything, even for instance, today on the Oversight meeting, if you would have voted no, but 2 other members would have voted yes, it still would have came on. So even if it would have come on, it still doesn't guarantee that approval. You always will have that opportunity, like if you do not agree with something, and I know that Board Member Levy does it all the time, where she can just pull it out of consent agenda and just, review it over or just bring out your doubts. And the rest of the board members normally help out either clearing things out or agreeing or disagreeing. And who knows, maybe you're seeing something that none of us are seeing, and it comes out there. So you will always have that opportunity to do that, to pull anything out of the consent agenda if you don't feel 100%, sure. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Board Member Delgado. Dr. Kieser, followed by Board Member Wong.
Board Member Levy, I appreciate that solution. I think if we have a report out on the standing agenda item for a report out that brings it to that level, my concern is if we run through the process in committee and then run through that process again at the full board, then we run the process longer than needs to be, and while we want to take our due diligence, we also want to be efficient. Board Member Delgado, board members take things off consent agenda because they have questions and so forth. So I don't think you meant, and I don't think you meant Board Member Levy does take items off the consent agenda. She has questions and follow up, right? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Can I get some clarification from your comment, Dr. Kieser? So what I proposed would never take longer than a month, and in some cases for policy, it would be 2 weeks. And it would prevent anything from going from committee to consent agenda the same night, because I think the flip side of what has been described is, yes, people can pull things off of consent and ask questions, but if you don't know to ask a question, like that human resources policy, if you weren't in that meeting and I didn't do the presentation, and like we have been doing, if that went straight to consent, you would have no idea that the changes were made, so you wouldn't know what questions to ask. So it doesn't lengthen it, and it removes the ability to go straight from committee to consent agenda the same night.
No, I'm absolutely in agreement with your proposal. I think that actually it keeps it within that 1 month process and then that altered process for policy. My concern was that Vice President Levy, when he was talking about bringing it through committee and then bringing it through the board in a very similar fashion, that we could run into the problem that we would be lengthening something. So I'm in agreement with the solution, because I think it helps to increase communication and keep the time frame that we had talked about in governance.
Thank you both for the clarification. I want to make sure I'm in the right spot here. I think it's Board Member Wong. Is that right?
I like the 1 month time frame. I mean, but I think that as we enter into this new era of hopefully efficient board operation, that first of all, it's going to take a little bit of adjustment for all of us, because we haven't done this before. So I think we have to be patient with one another, but I think we have to set the bar high and the expectations high for all of us, and make sure that we are over communicating as much as possible. And what I'm specifically thinking about here is that if we have that first meeting on the first Monday or first Tuesday of the month in, let's say, business ops and finance, that while it's brought up at that evening's meeting that we talked about this $300,000 project going on, that also on the third Tuesday of that month, there's another added reminder, if we get into an email request, just to state that if you haven't had a chance, please look over the items in the business ops and finance program from previous month, just so that we're all on the same page and that nobody can say, well, geez, I wasn't told that. I think that would do a lot over time. But I think that we all have to be patient with this and realize that there's going to be some mistakes made along the way, and we can all improve on that. But hopefully it'll create a lot more efficiency than what we've had before. And I think as well as new people come on, making sure that we have this visual aid and then we take them through a step-by-step what the expectations are.
Thank you very much for your comments, Board Member Wong. Vice President Levy, followed by Board Member Delgado.
Two things. First, policy meets on the first Wednesday, and policy meets once a month. Correct?
Correct.
So I'm just trying to understand how policy works. Policy would, if a policy comes out of that committee, when we get to the third week, is that like the second or the first reading of that policy? That's the first reading of that policy?
Would be the first reading, and it wouldn't be approved until the following Tuesday.
In the next month, the first week,
Correct.
when it has a second reading? Okay.
Correct.
So there's one policy meeting a month?
Correct.
Okay. And then, I guess as we're working around this, for me, I know there's, like I said, it's a pacing thing, understanding what's on our agenda and our sheets, our to-do list. But going from committee action to consent the same night, if I'm on the committee, I feel comfortable, and I voted for it, I feel comfortable going forward with it because I voted for it. But there are the committees that I'm not on, if I'm not following everything as it's happening, when it goes directly to consent agenda, I do want to pause to understand better and vote for it or against it the next time. So that being worked out of the committee that night and then going to consent agenda that same night, my preference is that I have time in between there.
Thank you very much for your comments, Vice President Levy. Board Member Delgado.
So I just want to make a clarification, that like my statement trying to explain to Vice President Levy didn't mean that, that going to consent agenda, that, it's not that it doesn't give the opportunity to the others. I mean, I think we're trying to streamline most of it, and we trust that, when we move things to consent agenda or to the full board, that we have already looked at it. For this, and I guess this just this a specific example, we have had a topic that has been moved like 3 times for 3 months along, and we hadn't been able to move it to the consent agenda because there were more questions. And sometimes, even myself, I would rather have like the opinion of all the board members. So that was my thought, that if we move it in, it would give us that opportunity if it's pulled from the consent agenda. Not to say that that's going to happen all the time, only for certain topics that maybe us in that specific committee might have issues making that, 100% decision where you're like really backing it up because you want to hear from the other board members. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you very much, Board Member Delgado. So Vice President Levy, before I go to you, I just want to wrap up real quick with the current discussion right now is, I guess I need to clarify, are we deciding between, so Board Member Levy suggested that we start with the first committee meeting, and then at that business meeting that night, we have the committee report out as a standing agenda item, the thorough committee report out, and then at the following committee meeting, it comes back for action. And then at the following board meeting, so that gives that 4-week span that Dr. Keiser originally wanted, we would vote as a board to take action on something that the committee recommended the committee meeting prior. So it would still be a 4-week cushion, and we are not in that scenario putting something on the consent agenda the same night that it was passed through committee. Is that correct?
That is incorrect because the committee would vote on it earlier that evening, but the conversation would be let's take the example of the strategic planning process. So if we were following this new process, I would present the strategic planning process this month and saying next month I'm going to bring this back to committee for an action item. I'll do my entire presentation and we'll have the discussion. But unless there is any new questions or information that needs to come back, when I come back next month, it's going to be a 5-minute item because I'm not presenting anything new. I'm just saying there's been no new questions, no new information, or if there has been, I will present that, but I will be asking for an action. If the committee agrees and votes in the affirmative, it would go to the consent agenda item that night. Because in that time frame, we would have reported out to the board, and based on Board Member Levy's suggestion, we would report out that very night with a standing agenda item for committee chairs to report out the actions of the committee. So that would be a dedicated space for for the chair to inform all board members verbally. This item's coming up for action in the next month. So if you have any questions, please email me, please email Dr. Keyser, and so that we can get those straightened out in committee. And then once that passes committee, then it can go to consent that very night.
Okay, thank you so much for clarifying. I think I understand. Thank you for allowing me to interject, Vice President Levy. Vice President Levy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Board Member Delgado helped me to remember another point. When I think of consent agenda, like hopefully the things that make it to the consent agenda are the things that we actually can all consent to, so that there doesn't need to be a removal of something. Now, there's 7 people, so there always may be a need to remove for whatever that individual's purpose is. But for me, that's why I said my preference is that through the process, that once something leaves committee, I would prefer not to see it on the same, because we had a committee meeting today. If this was a regular board meeting and that item made it out of the the committee, and it just ended up on the consent agenda, like I said, if I approved it, let's say it was a 2-1 vote, I didn't approve it. Well, now it's on the consent agenda, I might still have the same unreadiness, or there's other topics. Just like I said, I don't, maybe there's no other simpler way for me to say it, but to say that when something leaves committee, I don't want to be pressed in some ways to make a decision that night about something, especially if I'm not on that committee and I don't understand where that thing is at. That's just me.
Thank you very much for the clarification, Vice President Levy. Board Member Wong.
But with that item, just so that I'm clear, that item would not have been the first time. In fact, 30 days prior to that, you would have gone over the material, or it would have been presented in the same committee. And that's where the communication cycle would have begun at that point. And hopefully, my hope would be that questions would be raised throughout the 30 days that would hopefully help to alleviate having to remove it off a consent agenda. I mean, I would think that if it came after the 30 days, there was action done at that committee meeting, and let's say it was a 2-1 vote, that to me warrants that, yes, this is not a consent item at all at that point. This is a board discussion item if it's, I guess that's my opinion on it. But is that, I just want to make sure you're understanding your thinking here.
I think I guess what I'm saying is that, sometimes things don't make it out of committee because they're not ready to make it out of committee, no matter what's proposed when it's brought to the committee. So then if it gets out of the committee, yes, those 3 board members, let's say it was 3-0 vote, those 3 board members agree. Then it hits the consent agenda because it made it out of committee. Well, if there was 1 board member that didn't agree, I would expect that letters A through F on the consent agenda, that one's F. Well, the board member that was not feeling did not approve it is going to take it off the consent agenda. So it got put on the consent agenda, but it's not going to make it, it's not staying on the consent agenda. So what is the purpose in putting it on the consent agenda? I mean, yes, we're trying to get an action to happen that night on that thing, but, now you've got 4 other people taking a bite at this apple that didn't bite it before. So that's kind of what I'm saying is that, like, the space is, because I would like to think that things that hit consent agenda actually can be consented to. There's that, as the agenda was being prepared and the thoughts were going on, that, yeah, these are things that we're all on that. And different things like that will gain pace as we do them more and they become regular. But for me, like I said, it's just, and like I said, and you made me think about, the cadence of our process. But like I said, right now, the only thing I can say how I feel when I look at some of the things that we do and have done, if it's approved tonight in committee and then the next thing it's on the consent agenda, like I'm just saying, hey, I process things different ways. I want a space between to breathe, understand, and then I'm ready to act. That's just me.
I understand where you're coming from on that, and I can certainly respect that from the standpoint of the one thing that comes to mind is the food truck, and we had the discussion on that, and we went over that. But I think that my hope is that through all of this, that the presentations are more efficient, they're more thorough, the discussion is better in the first meeting, as I'm looking at the calendar there, and that the communication throughout the next 30 days continues to go out there, whereby board members, all board members, are given the information 30 days in advance, 15 days in advance, to continue to say, hey, we got this item out there. If you have any questions regarding that, and my hope would be there would be some discussion as well. And I think that, I don't know if this is going to come up tonight, discussion about board member communication with one another, and I think this is part of the objective of this committee structure, is so that we can actually go out and get to know each other and have a cup of coffee versus not ever getting to know each other. And I would hope that over the course of time, we become much more efficient and much more professional as far as how we're approaching it. So that's the way that I kind of review that. And I would hope that, yes, in 30 days, if you haven't had it at that point, then you didn't prepare yourself as a board member. I don't disagree with what you're saying, because I think that there definitely is going to be the times that come up that it's a 2-to-1 vote and it needs to be pulled. So I don't know.
So I would like to jump in if I may, and then I will definitely get to Board Member Delgado and Vice President Levy. I want to frame what I've heard, because I do think we need to kind of move forward at some point here tonight. And we will need a motion to extend our meeting time in about 5 minutes. So what we could do is we could take all of the committee work, move it all, post it all on the agenda as an action item. And when we go to approve the agenda, we can opt to move it to consent. If nobody has any issue with those items that are on the action items, you know what I'm saying? So like if there was a $300,000 thing, we can post it as an action item. If it unanimously passed committee, there are no other questions. When we go to approve the agenda, we can say, amend the agenda to put those items into consent so that there isn't a discussion necessary. That's one option. Another option is to do it the way we've been doing it, which is to kind of automatically put everything into consent and only pull items into action if necessary. And then the other point that I just want to make is if there is an issue, to Board Member Wong's point, if we've had 30 days and there's still an issue, then probably there's a legitimate issue. There is nothing stopping anybody to move to postpone an item either. So I want to just throw all that out there for context. I'm not taking a position or making a recommendation one way or the other, but I'm just like hearing what I'm hearing, and I just wanted to throw some context in. I can get back to you if that's okay, because I think it's Board Member Delgado and then Vice President Levy, but I'll come back to you. Go ahead, please.
So normally when we get the agendas get sent to everyone regardless if you're in the committee or not. I know that Ms. Shope normally sends a reminder that the agendas have been posted. The agendas contain all the information that is going to be gone through, and even the presentations and everything. So even if you're not able to make it to that committee meeting, you still have that time to go in and look and review the information, right? Coming back to, the actual meeting and pulling items out of, the consent agenda, again, you always have that option. And I really just lost my train of thought, but there was another very important thing that I wanted to say that I lost it. So maybe it'll come back to me. Otherwise, I'm quitting right now. Like, I'm done with this topic.
Thank you very much. And actually, before I go to Vice President Levy, does somebody, regardless of whether or not we continue with this topic, would somebody like to make a motion to extend the meeting time 30 minutes? Because we're about at that time.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Vice President Levy.
I guess when Board Member Wong said something about like how, like sometimes there is a need for discussion in a sense on some of the things. Let's say something came out 2-1. It hits the consent agenda. In general, it might be consented to, except for, let's say, the one person who wasn't had an issue, or the other board members weren't there. So sometimes I'm thinking sometimes like the discussion, because almost like, hey, you read it, vote on it. But some of the things take some discussion. So that's also the place when I just say, like, when it moves directly from the committee to the consent agenda, or are you saying that, like, board members, you're not on the committee, but you should go to that committee meeting to be involved at that process? So like I said, just, you know, hey, this strategic plan came out of committee today, you know, kick the can, say what you want to say. There's that discussion that's not a vote, and then it comes back around. I don't, you know, like I said, I don't know how else to describe it. You know, maybe it makes me sound limited. I just think that approved in committee tonight, hit the consent agenda that same night, I need some space. That's just how I work. I'm just asking for, but you know, because I am ready to move on to the next topic too. So, you know, however it would go, I would make an adjustment.
All right, I appreciate that, and I do think at this point that I think we've hit all of our points at this time, except Board Member Wong has a concluding thought for us.
It'll be concluding. Just one thought, food for thought. Is there something to say that if it's not a 3-0 vote, it can't go to consent agenda?
So here's the thing. So Ms. Shope has to create the agendas ahead of time, so she can't anticipate what will or won't be a 3-0 vote. That's why I was saying is if we could, I feel like, so Vice President Levy, to your point of concern, if there were an item, and I hear what you're saying overall, that like in general, there should always be like a cushion, but I'm not sure if that's where the consensus of the group is going. However, if there were a contentious item, we could either pull it off for action and discussion that night as a full board, or you could pull it off to postpone it. So like those are Robert's rules, a lot of options. Go ahead.
So,
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna let Ms. Shope jump in real quick and then go ahead.
I would just say too, as a suggestion, if the committee chair at that first meeting where it's being discussed feels that it's something that warrants a lot of discussion, or there is a lot of discussion at that committee meeting, something such as like the strategic plan or purchasing something for $300,000 versus like the financial report that typically when Ms. LaPointe gives that, everybody seems to understand, or they ask 1 or 2 questions and then they're good and it moves right away. That the committee chair could say at that point to the board president and the superintendent, hey, I think this item should not be a consent item when it goes to the full board because there was so much discussion tonight and there were so many questions. So I think the full board is going to have more questions than just the 3 committee members. And that can be a good clue, you know, when we're setting up those agendas to just not have it be on a consent item when it's something that's that big, versus things that are small, or like a policy that has a couple of smaller changes versus one that's almost a complete rewrite. Then that policy might need to go on a regular action item versus a consent. So that's my 2 cents suggestion.
Okay, so Vice President Levy?
So what, you know, listening to Board Member Wong, I think that for myself as a committee chair, if I'm the committee chair and something moves through and let's say it's a 2-1 vote and there was contention, my practice is I'm going to remove it from consent agenda as we go forward. So that's, you know, and that will be why I'm doing it. So that's a fix.
And I think that's totally reasonable. And I'm glad, I know this was a long discussion, but I'm glad that we had this discussion because like part of the purpose of tonight is to norm ourselves and get on the same page. And so I think that with the respect to the realities that Ms. Shope has to deal with for creating agendas, I just want to clarify with everybody that we are okay. This is a completely normed and accepted practice that we are pulling things from consent that were not unanimously passed through committee, and that is not disrespectful to any administrator or board member. That is just a practice that we're accepting because it is a logical practice to undertake. it also facilitates kind of that cadence that we are more or less seem to be in agreement on. So is there any further discussion at this point? And again, I want to thank everybody because I know, to kind of Board Member Delgado's point, I know this is kind of a tedious discussion, but this is kind of the operations work that we need to do, like to front load ourselves with so that we can be productive this year and be efficient and productive going forward. So I just want to thank everybody for your time and attention and at this very late hour of our night. So I guess I want to check in with everybody. We don't need to take formal action, but I guess I want to call for a consensus. If you could indicate aye or nay around whether there is unified consensus on adopting this kind of 4-week window practice with that norm that we are removing items from consent agenda that are not unanimously passed by committee. And again, just want to reiterate, the reason it's going to consent agenda is not to like sneak something by or not giving anybody an opportunity to look at it. It's just to make, so Ms. Shope can post it appropriately. So is there any further discussion at this point? Is anybody not in consensus around that point?
Just a point of clarification.
Yes, of course.
Are only the chairs able to pull that item from consent? Can anybody?
Great clarification.
Okay,
and although probably the chair, I think I overheard somebody say the chair should, but that would not preclude you from pulling something.
Good.
Absolutely. No, great. Yeah, great clarification. Okay, so again, I think that was really excellent work that we did through that point, and it clearly was something that needed to be discussed. So thanks for the time and energy that went into that. The last big thing I wanted to get to, and then I'm going to wrap us up. We're not going to go through, I'm going to just, as chair right now, I'm just going to let you know, I'm going to give you a heads up. We're going to scooch item 5C onto a future retreat date that we are going to talk about briefly in a moment under 5E, and I will touch on item 5D, okay, just before we go. But I guess the last 3 things we're going to discuss here, so we're still on item B, under a little number 3 here in like the little description where it says protocols for presentations and questions ahead of time. I just want to iterate that everybody is familiar, yes or no, with the practice that we undertook at one point where we submitted questions ahead of time there's like a Google sheet. There was a time parameter set around that. Administrators were given and what they agreed upon is an adequate amount of time to respond to those questions and get information back to us in a timely manner. Is everybody on the same page about what I'm talking about?
Explain it, please.
Yes, no problem. I will explain it. So there was a kind of a contentious item that came up. It was a closed session item. And so what we wanted was more information before we would take action on it. So we asked Ms. Shope to collect questions ahead of time. She compiled them into a view-only Google sheet. It has to be view-only, so we're not violating any open meetings laws. So there's not any collaboration. We're just contributing to a sheet. That list of questions and concerns went to the appropriate administrators. It was like, I think it was like due to them like Thursday at like 5 p.m. They had the weekend and got it back to us at agreed upon time. I don't remember exactly what the time was. I think it was like Monday afternoon or something like that. So that they had time to research and answer all of the questions and concerns that were raised. They got back to every board member had viewable access to all of these questions and all of their responses ahead of time. And we all agreed that that was an adequate amount of time prior to taking action at the next meeting. So what we had kicked around in governance committee was just making that standard practice and submitting questions. And this is what I wanted to talk about, if this needs to just, I would like to say that within committees, committee chairs can kind of figure this out with your committees because that may or may not be necessary at the committee level. But I think certainly for the regular board meetings, I would like to get questions well ahead of time to our administrators so that they can be prepared and we can kind of, like per our earlier discussion, cut down on some of that discussion time. Because sometimes a lot of our discussion centers around, well, what exactly, what number of whatever was that? And like, these are things that we can absolutely ask ahead of time. Now, that would not stop you or disallow anybody from asking questions at all. Like, that's not to say, well, you had your chance, you blew your window, you can't ask any questions. Nothing like that. It's just to smooth out the process and really just make sure that the time that we spend together is best used, I guess, in the most, to the most efficacy possible. So I just wanted to throw out there what people thought about that practice and adopting that as kind of a standard way to do questions ahead of time, at least for board business meetings. Then I would just leave that up to committee chairs. Board Member Jacobs.
For clarification, so when an upcoming board meeting is posted, say on Friday, and over the weekend I'm reading something and I have questions, that's not a Thursday deadline. What I've been doing is just shooting them off to Dan and to, for example, Joanne, if it was something that I needed her to answer. Please advise on how you'd like that handled.
That's a great point. You brought up a couple of really good points that I'd like to address. So the first point I'd like to address is, in general, I think and I'll let Dr. Kieser speak to this in a moment, but I think it's a good practice for communication to go through the board president and then go to Dr. Kieser, not because I want to be like a communication hoarder, but so that Dr. Kieser isn't getting 7 different communications from 7 different people multiple times a day. So I think that was something that he did express a preference for several months ago. So thanks for bringing that up because I forgot about it. So I'll just iterate that. I think that the expectation, if we are going to give kind of that cushion of time to administrators to kind of get it together and research their questions and, given the time and comfort from their own offices and things like that, I think the expectation would be that these presentations and information come to us much earlier than Friday. So part of this discussion, so thank you so much, Board Member Jacobs, for raising that point. Part of this discussion would be for us as a board to say, we either would or wouldn't be okay, assuming we would be okay doing this, but we need information by this time. And here's kind of the time parameters that we are hoping for, just to kind of start that conversation. But Board Member Jacobs, I want to come back to you first to see if you have any other clarifying points or questions before I move on. Oh, go ahead, and Dr. Kieser has something to add as well.
So along those lines, there's been discussion, and we've been working, Ms. Shope, Ms. Dooley, and myself on ways that we can get our agendas posted earlier, and I would say that we are most consistent on Thursday, and our goal is to be posting on Wednesday afternoon. So the intent is that when we are able to achieve that consistently, you'll see emails coming out on Wednesday afternoon that would facilitate that time. But still, if we have the questions by that Monday, we're able to answer those questions on Monday and get them to the board before a Tuesday presentation. I will say in the new cadence, with us being able to have a week on and a week off, that's only going to expand the amount of time that board members will be able to have access to ask questions and so forth. So with this new shift, I feel confident that we'll be not only able to consistently get to Wednesday afternoon, that we'll be able to also open up the opportunity for additional time for board members to ask questions.
Hey, thank you very much for the clarification.
Okay?
Go ahead.
Can I follow up, please?
Please.
So, Dr. Kieser, is it still okay for me to email during the weekend? Or are you saying that you do not want to?
I would say that if we go with this process, in the email that goes out with the posting, we will have a hyperlink to that document so that you can submit your questions. So that way you wouldn't have to, you can email me questions outside of the agenda items, most definitely. But if you questions about the agenda items, that's what we're talking about, is going through a standardized process so that all of the questions, no questions get lost in the shuffle.
Right, but I thought I heard you say that, okay, so say they come out on Wednesday, and if I, had questions, and I got them to you by Friday, they would be answered on Monday, or am I hearing that I should not email any questions on a Saturday or Sunday? I'm not expecting a response back on a Saturday or Sunday, but I thought I heard you say that someone will get back on Monday, or did I not hear that correctly?
That's the conversation we're having right now, is establishing what is that time frame, and when I will say that when we get questions, the questions will get answered on Monday and emailed back to the board.
Thank you.
Thanks, and I'll just clarify too, Board Member Jacobs, so like what, just to iterate, so Dr. Kieser is saying that when we get the lovely emails that we get from Ms. Shope saying, hey, board members, the agenda's posted, we would have a thing to click on so that as we go through the agenda and generate questions or comments or clarifications or whatever, we would be able to submit them in something that's viewable by all board members. So like, let's say I go to click in there and I see that, oh, look, Board Member Jacobs already asked the question that I had. So now we're not, asking multiple questions to the same person. You know what I'm saying? It's just to kind of streamline essentially our communication. And you.
No, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're
President
good.
Miller, I get that. I do.
Okay.
I do.
Got it.
Thank
no,
you.
just wanted to clarify. No, thank you. Great questions. Board Member Wong, followed by Board Member Levy.
Okay. My understanding, though, is under the new cadence that this, in the past, what Board Member Jacobs has brought up is exactly what it's been. We get the material on, Thursday, Friday, or whenever, and then we have the weekend to look over the material, and then we have the meeting on Tuesday. But under the new cadence, the first meeting is going to be, if we went back to that drawing again, is going to be 1 month, and then you're going to have the meeting, and you're going to have an entire 30 days to be able to ask questions. Not quite maybe 30 days. But my question, so yeah, if you pull that up again there. So the first meeting, if you can use your cursor, please, on that Tuesday, that's when the first initial, and the material would be provided the Wednesday before, right? Mm-hmm. So that'd be even before then. And that's just for discussion purposes for that initial topic. And then from there, it's not going to be until the next 30 days that the issue right there is actually going to be voted upon. But my question was going to be, is it appropriate for committee members, let's say there is a topic of discussion that comes up that is a $300,000 item, I would hope it to be appropriate, as long as it's to all board members, to give a heads up to say, hey, everybody, and maybe you do it on the third week, and you say, hey, everybody, just want to give you a heads up. We got a big item coming up here, and you might want to look this over ahead of time. So please look over the agenda items that will be coming up on the next Tuesday, or 2 Tuesdays from there, on this $300,000 item, so that we can hopefully speed up the discussion. Is that appropriate?
Not only is it, I think, appropriate, but we also talked about even doing a heads up that evening on that first Tuesday. So there would be 2 opportunities. If we have a standing agenda item during the regular board meeting for committee chair updates, that chair could say, hey, we just had a discussion, it'll come up in 30 days. Hey, I told you 2 weeks ago there's a big discussion coming up in 2 more weeks.
So excessive communication should hopefully resolve some of the problems and the concerns that we've had in the past too.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's a great clarification, and there is absolutely nothing stopping committee chairs from doing like a board update. I think that's a great idea. All right, thank you for bringing that up. Board Member Levy, followed by Board Member Jacobs, followed by Vice President Levy. Go ahead, please.
So 2 points just for clarification. The first, because I've heard a couple different variations, it is my practice that if I have a committee concern of which I'm the chair of, then I'll email Dr. Kieser. But for anything else, I email our board president and ask for her to forward my concern to Dr. Kieser. I was under the impression that we don't email Dr. Kieser for things outside of committees that we chair, and we do not email the administrative staff unless there is a specific exemption, like the budget is coming up. Email Ms. Armstrong if you have questions, because then I think you get those blurred lines of us reaching out to Dr. Kieser's staff, them reaching out to us, et cetera, that I would like to avoid. And number 2, until we reach that current state, I think it's really important for the administration to remember that this is your day job, but it is not ours. And so I might not have time just because you posted something. I have a whole nother job that I am responsible for. So I may or may not get you questions. I will do my best, but if it doesn't happen, it just didn't happen because this isn't my day job.
Yeah, I would agree that board member Levy, in terms of that process, and that has been established and put into policy, that if there are questions from the chair, as the chair, you reach out to me directly, and then as a board member, outside of the agenda items that we're discussing, you would go to Board President Miller, and then she would be reaching out to me. When we get to that.
May I interject?
Yep, go for it.
So Board Member Jacobs, in no way to pick on you, it's my understanding you shouldn't be emailing Ms. Armstrong or whoever or Dr. Kieser on a Saturday or any other day. That should go through the president. Is that? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page of how we're communicating.
Yes.
Well, both things can't be a yes. It's if I'm a chair, I reach out to you. If it's outside of my chair, I go through the board president.
Correct.
Or it's something different.
No, it is that, and we have our individual board member meetings, which is even outside of all of that. So and maybe I missed something in what you were talking about, because I had only heard that first part. As a chair, you reach out to me. As a board member, you have a request of me. You go to the board president, and then the board president has the autonomy to say, you can reach out to Dr. Kieser directly, or I will reach out and copy you on that.
But we shouldn't be emailing your staff unless it's an exemption like, hey, it's a budget for this, please reach out. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, unless Board President Miller or myself say you can reach directly out to an individual. That should not be a common practice of reaching out to the staff.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. And then I think did that address everything? Because I felt like I was going to respond to something you said and I kind of lost track. Are you good, Board Member Levy? Okay, I'll take that as a yes. And then I think Board Member Jacobs, followed by Vice President Levy.
Okay, Board Member Levy, now I'm totally confused. So, no, it's okay. I should have been, well, I think I'm confused. So when I had emailed Ms. Armstrong and Dr. Kieser, and gosh, I want to say President Miller, I CC'd you as well. It was in regard to an agenda item and questions that I had, that because I thought we were supposed to do that with that spreadsheet, President Miller, that you were talking about. It was those types of questions that I was asking about upcoming agenda items. So I'm not supposed to, now I'm really confused. So I'm not supposed to do that.
Board Member Jacobs, the item that you're talking about is the item that Board President Miller was referring to, the closed agenda item. In that specific scenario, we established a protocol as the exemption to reach out to the staff member and email the questions. So that was an exemption. That was outside of the normal protocol that you're referring to.
So I was okay. All right, thank you.
You were okay in that instance.
Okay, and President Miller, I owe you an apology. I feel that I was rude a few minutes ago. I did not mean to be, but I think that I was, and I cut you off when you were trying to explain the whole exemption thing, so I apologize.
Okay, no apology necessary. If you were, I definitely didn't notice. You are fine, but thank you. I appreciate it. Are you good, Board Member Jacobs?
I am.
That is fabulous. Vice President Levy?
Quickly, as a committee chair, things on my committee's agenda directly email Dr. Keiser because he is my relational thought partner on that as we develop the agenda together. For agenda items that are coming before the full board, is that a direct email to Dr. Keiser or communication, or is that board president and superintendent?
So let me ask a clarifying question. Are you talking about items from the committee to the full board?
Okay, so any agenda comes out, I'm asking you about something that's on an agenda. I mean, obviously, if it's from my committee, I know I can ask you because we got that. So it's something that came from a different committee, but it's on the agenda. I can directly email you about that to ask or get an understanding?
I would go through Board President Miller.
Okay.
Yes.
And then outside of the agenda items, outside of agenda items, random things, people keep asking me at Walmart, when are we going to get rid of masks? That's board president.
Correct.
And is that email to board president with the superintendent copied, or email to the board president?
If you're asking, are you asking if like you want to shoot me an email, or if you want to tell somebody at Walmart to shoot me an email?
No, I'm not asking
Okay.
that. I'm saying like there's something like it's not on an agenda.
Oh, but
This
you
is
have
a topic.
Gotcha. So Board
Where-
Member Levy, there is something that we probably haven't gone over with you yet, which is a future agenda items piece, which I can try and share my screen and show you real quick if you want.
Okay, you don't have to get deep into it right now.
Okay, but yes, there is a
put it in-
mechanism, and
Okay.
I apologize for interrupting. Go ahead,
All right,
please.
so then, we do not directly email administrative members, because I'm not even directly emailing the superintendent, and I'm a board member. So our current practice, unless someone has told me, yeah, Mr. Armstrong is ready to receive all your questions about this, do not email the administrative team my question as a board member, because that's crossing a line of implementation and execution. My concerns are emailed to the board president, and they're communicated to the superintendent, and that is that process.
Correct.
Okay. Now, lastly, our current practice is, let's say, agenda is posted on Friday, then so that's that evening Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. That's a short window because you get it on Friday, that's the end of your week. Saturday, rest, family. Sunday is my Sabbath. Monday, if I email you that question, you got 24 hours to answer it before the meeting. So what you described is the routine that we're working toward is Wednesday something is posted. Here's a Thursday. Here's a Friday. If you choose to do it on a Saturday, that's yours. I'm still not doing it on Sunday. And then Monday. So I have additional time to ask that question before the meeting. So what we're working toward is things are posted on Wednesday, and we have that window to create questions.
Correct.
That's exactly correct. And then and now I remember or Board Member Levy's earlier point about like, it's not most of our day jobs to do this, right, or any of ours. It's not like anyone's going to admonish you for not so what we're coming up with are norms.
Right.
We want to come up with mechanisms for streamlined, clear communication to best respect everybody's time and preparation ahead of time for the meeting. It's your busy season. You didn't get to it. You've got a couple questions at the board meeting. No one's giving you a demerit. We all strive, but we also then have to understand of administration. If we have not given them a heads up and they don't have the answer to that question, they're not getting a demerit either. So this is just to establish, right? So this is just to establish norms about how we can be respectful operationally and be as efficient as possible. Go ahead, please.
Well, since I'm one of 7 board members, I don't evaluate the administrative team. So I'm not giving demerits to anyone who can't answer a question that I ask.
Right.
So I'm taking the time to make a point now, though. However, if I do ask a question, as a board member, I'm respectful, and I'm asking questions that I think that I need as information to help me make decisions. And in my situation, I am a professional educator with different experiences. So sometimes I'm asking questions to give me an understanding of what I think people are saying to me, what their understanding is. So sometimes there's questions that like the average citizen that doesn't do all this education, jargon, talk, norms, practices, you know, so those are the types of questions I'm asking. That gives me a read on some things. And then, like I said, I follow the other processes to ask other questions. But for anyone who presents, you know, you make your presentation, you know what you know, and then that's that. Nothing is done to embarrass anybody or make people feel uncomfortable. But as I was trying to work out the sequencing, this timing to understand and, you know, how things are working. So that's just kind of where I'm at on that end. But on this other part, we do, as 7 board members, evaluate the superintendent.
Right, no, and so let me just respond real quick. Yeah, so I was making comments with levity, but just to establish,
I'm light right now.
no, I know, and I'm just to same page. And yes, I'm actually really glad that you brought that up because there are going to be things that we ask. So just to help clarify the purpose of this, this isn't like so that there are crickets after every administrative presentation. We're like, yeah, we're good. We asked all our questions. It's just to get us. It's just to get and gather and build understanding as much ahead of time as we're able to. There absolutely are wonderful purposes and many different purposes for raising points and asking questions. We're here to conduct business. So people conduct business well when we're all in a room, at least physically or virtually together. So I'm glad you brought that up because by no means is the purpose of this to eliminate discussion, right? It's just to make sure that the discussion that we have can be as constructive as possible, right? With regard to evaluating Dr. Kieser, absolutely. Like if we get into a practice and there are concerns about administration, and I'm glad you brought that up too, because it was going to be on one of the items that I'm going to skip over, but it is noticed on the meeting. We are going to adopt the practice of on even numbered months going into closed session to do like a soft eval, and that's where we'd have an opportunity to bring up any of those issues. So absolutely, if there are things happening with, that are areas of concern, we'll have a closed session opportunity to bring that up in our eval as kind of a soft eval kind of feedback session like we did once before with Dr. Kieser. All right, so thank you for bringing all those points up, and I hope I was able to properly address them, and it looks like Dr. Kieser is next in the queue.
And thank you for the discussion because I think it is driving us towards coherence and to steal a line from a former supervisor of mine, we stumble towards coherence, and we stumble upon excellence in the process. So, I think the questioning piece and the work with the chairs and with the board president on setting the agendas is going to help. And the piece I don't want to lose sight of and was briefly touched upon in a couple of comments was the purpose of the presentation or the protocols for presentations. And in part, one of the things that I look forward to talking with in setting the agenda is what the intent of a presentation is. I know that as a young board and a young superintendent, I mean young in terms of years of experience, we will get into a routine that we will start to hear things that are coming up annually. We have to do certain things annually. And so our questioning will become different as we increase our experience and tenure on the board and in the role of superintendent. So I'm absolutely comfortable with the questions being asked. I also want to put it out into the ether that one thing that I don't think I have done a good enough job with saying the agenda is also saying the purpose or the intent of certain presentations so that we manage also expectations of board members, because in some cases we might bring something as informational item, and I don't want that to end up necessarily being something that is ends up being an hour-long conversation where it wasn't intent to be. If we need to bring something back for a deeper discussion, I'm absolutely fine. And the team absolutely knows that we may bring something back for multiple discussions, but each time we bring it back, there is a different lens or an angle in which we're doing that. So that's something I think is worth putting out on the table, so that as we move forward with this new lens, that we also have that as part of the discussion when we set the agenda.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Dr. Kieser. And in the interest of time, let me just double check that I didn't miss anybody. I don't think I did. In the interest of time, I'm looking at our agenda, and here's where I'd like to take us this evening as we conclude. If everybody could please take a look at the board evaluation criteria. I believe this was adopted earlier this year as the tool that we were going to use, and then it was pushed back due to the timing of both the superintendent search calendar and then the election. So if everybody could take a look at that, we are going to, and it'll be open session, self-reflect as a board on the June 22nd meeting. So rather than have the discussion tonight, if you have concerns, changes, suggestions for how you would like to do this, please email me, and Dr. Kieser and I can work through that with transparency. And I'm not going to cut off for questions or anything. I'm just going to finish my point really quick. So I would like to move item 5C to a future meeting for the date to be determined in July, which brings us to 5E. What I was hoping could happen at our next, kind of like our next piece for board development, would be for us to center it around effective communication between the board and administration to kind of build off a lot of the discussions that we've been having here. It would give us an opportunity to reestablish, meeting agreements and do some kind of like team and community building amongst both our new board and our administrators, and kind of center a discussion around communication and build on these practices. So I guess the two things that I'm looking for before we close out tonight, I guess three, because technically we do need to extend our meeting time, but I don't think we're going to take 30 minutes, is just some feedback on the board evaluation criteria and kind of any thoughts that you'd like to share in terms of bringing in a communication facilitator to help us conduct our next board development. So before any further discussion, can somebody quick make a motion to extend our meeting time just so that we're following policy, but I don't expect this to take 30 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, great. So we're going to go Board Member Levy followed by Vice President Levy. Go ahead, Board Member Levy.
You answered it, I believe, but just for clarification, with the communication facilitation, I think it's important to discuss how board members are interacting with administration. But I think, and I know we've had this conversation a few times, but unfortunately, I think we need to have a refresher about how we communicate with each other in meetings. So if I heard you correctly, that will take place at a retreat next month?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for that context. Vice President Levy?
Two things. One, so I guess as I asked the question earlier and it was answered that the 7 of us board members are not directly emailing the administrative team. That kind of answers that communication part for me. Like I said, I know sometimes it can be maybe a mystery for them as they are working, understanding the audience that they're presenting to, and to understand the questions. But that's Dr. Kieser's role as the go-between, because he's on that line of implementation and execution. He crosses both sides, and he's the only player in the district that can move that way. So sometimes, and there's talk after presentations on things like that, but so the real core of some issues that might be at question are answered by him to both sides. And we're united as a team, but there's 7 board members and there's everyone else under that line of implementation that sits in a different place from us. So that should help the communication, understanding that part. As far as the annual board development tool, I was going to recommend, I didn't know what our tool was at this point, but I was going to recommend that we use the Wisconsin Association of School Boards tool with school perception, so I am happy to see that is here. The process for us, did you just describe that? So I have questions about the facilitation. So I've already seen the survey, but this is going to be released to us and then we're going to complete it when?
Thank you. I don't think I clarified that because I was kind of hastily moving through, so thanks for bringing that up. What I would like to see happen, but whatever we want to do is fine, is I was hoping we could complete it on our own, and then what we did in the past is we ran around and kind of like shared our answers.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
what I would prefer, we do need to complete it on our own. I do believe that from WASB or School Perceptions, there's a facilitator that walks us through these things also for our results. That's what I want. I want.
So you want a facilitator for the 22nd?
Yeah, well, I don't know when it has to happen, but like by July 1, early July 1, we evaluate, and then I think, we can decide the regular cadence because it's supposed to happen. This is something that should not happen. But, if not by June, very early in July, that we have done it, and then we have the professional service of walking us through the collection of the data, because they will tell us how the 7 of us answered these questions, and they will identify for us things to work on.
I love
We have
that.
identified.
No, and that was not my previous experience, and I'm really glad that you shared that because that makes a ton of sense. And I think based on our previous experience with WASB and how they have been able to walk us through kind of those different steps this past year with the superintendent search, that makes a lot of sense to me. Are other board members okay with that? Awesome. So Dr. Kieser and I will work that out. The aspiration will be to complete it June 22nd, and if there's a timing issue, I'll send an update to the board and we'll kick it back to the earliest available time, if not the 22nd. Go ahead,
And I'd
please.
even suggest that these are types of things that I think have to be done correctly. So if it's a special meeting to say, this is a survey, this is what you do, and then you still need to go home and complete it. But things need to, these are important processes, and this is like the continuous improvement. And this is at the level of us as a board addressing ourselves first, so we can begin to set the tone for student achievement and our healthy operation.
Absolutely, and thank you for those thoughts and that context. I'm all about it. I think that's great. So Dr. Kieser and I will get some work done on that, and we'll update you as soon as possible. All right, great thoughts. Okay, I'm so sorry. Did I miss you, Dr. Kieser? I think Dr. Kieser, then Board Member Wong.
And I won't take long because my question was answered. I was just gonna let the board know we do also have this tool electronically in-house, but the board has already made the decision and I'll reach out to WASB to get the information so that Board President Miller and I can move forward with this ASAP.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Board Member Wong.
I would agree with the plan of bringing in a facilitator. I think we are not the professionals in doing this, and I think that we can get off on tangents and create inefficiencies, which is exactly what we're trying to avoid.
Perfect. I love it. Yeah, great discussion. It is 9:53, so I just want to kind of summarize and close for this evening. Again, I do want to, it's always worth the time to me, I think, to thank everybody for the work that you've done this evening. This is hard work, and it is, hopefully, this is our front loading to have smooth sailing ahead, and I really do appreciate everybody's thoughtfulness and input this evening. We will take the items from 5C and kind of bundle those into a shared retreat between us and administration. For future board meeting dates, jumping then down to item 6, Policy and Personnel Committee meets Tuesday, June 22nd at 5 p.m. Special meeting with legislators, I believe, is being postponed. So it is what has been posted in board docs is no longer valid at this point, and that is now to be announced due to their lack of availability. Board business meeting, I'm so sorry, the board meets next for its business meeting on Tuesday, June 22nd at 7 p.m. The proposed new committee and board structure will begin as of July 1st, 2021, with the first regular board meetings on the first Tuesdays, and all the committee meetings on the first Tuesdays, first Wednesdays, and third Tuesdays. The Wednesdays will be only for the policy committee. You can see below that Tuesday, July 6th, we'll have meetings beginning at 5:15 p.m. for Business Operations and Finance, Human Resource Committee, followed by the regular board meeting. Wednesday, July 7th, we'll have, should be policy meeting? I'm sorry, policy committee? Or is it still policy and personnel?
On the 22nd will be policy and personnel. We'll switch over on July.
Okay, so Gotcha. So that one's at 5 p.m. And then Tuesday, July 20th, we'll have Teaching, Learning, Equity, People Services beginning at 5:15, followed by Human Resource Committee at 6:30 p.m., followed by regular board meeting at 7 p.m. Just for quick clarification, the next round of meeting agendas, I would like it if we could start to do those meeting allotment times. Go ahead.
No, I apologize.
Nope,
When
you're fine.
when I saw the, I thought you were still talking about June. So July 7th should be the policy committee, not the policy and personnel. Correct.
Got it. Okay, so we'll get it together. Sounds good. So just to iterate then, Wednesday, July 7th is just policy committee at 5 p.m. and board committee chairs. If we could try to do the time allotments on our next agenda, that would be very appreciated. Is there any other business to conduct this evening? Seeing none, all in favor of adjournment? Or anybody want to move to adjourn? Sorry, I jumped ahead.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, great. All in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
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 Thanks again. Have a beautiful evening. Take care.